the black and white pictures of a belt. And so it reminds me of that picture of Squall from like the neck down.
Ah, I know what you're talking about. Okay, let's do a sound check. Are you working? Test, test. Yep, it's a working.
It's a working.
All right. Well, let's do stuff for the Wafu. All right, where am I headed? Ah, we're headed that way. Got it. The music is so good, though.
No, Lotto.
Yes, Lato. I know, this isn't it. Okay.
Ooh.
Those are misters. So pretty.
There's a whole forest in here. That's awesome.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they are going out of their way to preserve Eorzea. All right.
Yeah, that Apex pistol.
I'm 99% sure I do, but we'll check. Yep,
Yeah, you did.
this is not my home point. Yeah, fortunate. Our destination lies in the lower levels. The Form, in its wisdom, has granted you access to the Archeon's lift. Step inside and have Ophelia take you to the medial circuit. Can do. You wish to use the lift, yes? Yes, I want to go to the medial circuit. You mean the medial circuit? I know they see it. I've sent your associates ahead to Lagoston Alpha on the other side of Merrill Agronomics. Actually, there is something I've been meaning to... No, never mind. It can wait. Let us attend to the matter at hand. Oh. Kitty's like, can I have my insulin now? It's like, no, Kitty, you gotta wait 30 minutes. I want my insulin now. Right meow. All right.
Stray tomato.
Uh-huh. Yeah, this is all stuff I explored previously, so it's all old hat to me. And you haven't seen that episode, so you're like, ooh, what is this? Mm-hmm. Escaped luncheon toads. Yep. Yeah, we met the luncheon toads when we were frogs. It was a different time. Go in here. Talk to half enough. But wait here while our father arranges for us to use the next lift. Apparently you wanted to talk to us about something. Here being Logoston Alpha, where the atmospheric conditions of labyrinthos are regulated. Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as vapor, simulating the formation in artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they're able to create the ideal environment for growth and preservation of biological samples kept here. Hold on. How do you know so much about it? My father brought me here as a child. What? And he left me behind? Actually, you're the one who left me behind when you went off somewhere with Grandfather. The night before, I'd been asking Father how clouds were made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. 'Tis all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world, to grow inured to the wondrous. But having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Loperites in recreating a similar environment, I've come to view such processes in a new light. The subterranean gardens of Libranthos, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient zodiac, the habitations built for all mankind beneath the moon's surface, each unique, yet undeniably similar. 'Tis no mere coincidence. Coffee has begun. Ever since Heidelin unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Aetheris, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos, in preparation for the great exodus. But that is not all. It's also a testing ground for the technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. Now the Loperites have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable. That is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Alas, time is not on our side. I've arranged for you all to enter the great central circuit. It is there that most of our preparations for the great exodus are carried out, the construction of the Ark amongst them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to said restrictions, and will have free rein to go and come as you please. Such was the will of the Forum, after all. We'll prove ourselves worthy of your trust. Of their trust. No, of your trust. Then let us proceed. Let's do it.
He's had problems with his children, hasn't he?
Oh, yes. Family drama. By decree of the Forum, the Science of the Seventh Dawn are permitted to enter the Central Circuit. Yeah, let's go. Hi. Yes, I know. Cat is very catty.
He's being very vocal with us.
Extremely. The ether burner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing the work is Kokol Dan Kokol, after whom the forge was named. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars. This way. Gotta keep those giant golems. That center diarrhea. Gotta keep that. That's important. Just trying so desperately to get us to give him a shot. But Cat, you got 30 minutes. It's gonna be okay. We won't forget. No, I should be good.
I could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Damn near lost me eyebrows.
Cool,
Think,
Dunkel.
Uncle, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
You want to bring Sid in on this?
That does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Master Force, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged, for better or worse. Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the ether burner conundrum.
I do love the mullet on the Lalafell.
Not seen you lot down here before.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the ether burner.
Aye, aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the ether burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding.
Okay.
Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb.
So basically a nuclear reactor.
But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient. A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Right.
Hast thou consulted with the Loperites?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive.
Right.
It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Do you speak of Allagan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allagan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamud's construction and launch.
Yeah. So there would be some chemical shenanigans that would be very, very difficult to emulate if you didn't know the exact process by which it was done. So that makes sense.
Aye, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some ins like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though.
Right.
We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with.
Right.
Drive calls from Ragnarok class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need. According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up.
Oh, we have no problem doing that.
It's rough going in there, even for the cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
Did I mention that I fought a god and won? 2, actually, at this point.
Weren't we near that part of the Ragnarok when we went to destroy Bahamut?
Mm-hmm.
You want me to go and fetch the who's it? The what's it?
Right. You want me to go and fetch the what's-its? That's definitely what we're doing.
That may be for the best, though you doubtless find the task too dull for your liking.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously...
How?
Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours. What's all this?
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavensward.
Yeah, that's the name of the thing.
This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Alphino, speak up. I can't hear you. Alphino. Hello?
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
I can hear her just fine. You're really quiet.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-foot expedition myself.
All right.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists or enthusiasts.
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad.
Indeed.
Any road, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal.
All right.
Find a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Indeed.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking. And I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
Excellent.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Mm-hmm.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way.
Anything else you need?
Now let
a
us
dragon?
consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
I can find ancient relics from space. Like, whatever you want. Really? Wow. 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 It's times like these we're reminded of how famous or infamous Athma has become. Who'd have thought he could achieve so much with a simple link pearl conversation? As we're expecting rather a lot of visitors in the near future, I'd best return to the surface and inform the relevant parties. I also have a contact of my own that might be worth a try. Oh? Who might that be? And that's for me to know, and you to find out. And on that note, I leave matters here in your capable hands. Good luck. All right, then. Meanwhile, in Ulda... Meow. Meow. Nope. Nope, can't give in. That'll encourage him to do it more.
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allagan make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials.
If he's quiet for the next 3 minutes, you can speed him.
Viergeist, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberg will personally see it done.
Nice.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Tizona's blade, clear the way. Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults.
I hope I don't have to play as Pippin.
Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it. The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Uldar's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth? That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Uldar will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
Meanwhile, in the Black Shroud, so this game has been compared to Endgame in the way that just everything is coming together. Mm-hmm.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses. Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
Yep. Just whittle away and win via attrition.
In that case,
Might I suggest taking us along?
Hey. Got some DPS.
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Are our deficiencies so plain to see?
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
Nice.
Yeah, not in her outfit.
Nope. Nope. She is the Queen of Ulda. Not Ulda.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you,
Alamigo.
Papalimo.
Beautiful night sky. Notice how the night is vaguely purple. The night sky. Meanwhile, in Corvus, black with shades of purple.
There you are! We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already... That was a roar. A dragon's roar.
Indeed. Hopefully a friendly dragon?
Hopefully it is.
Meanwhile, in the Ruby Sea,
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honourable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid. Hmm? Is that...
Hancock? What a surprise this is. And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
oh my.
Oh, but that...
One of the four lords.
Yeah.
The friends are searching for refined adamantite and sacred relics. We will only know if they meet your requirements once they've arrived. In the meantime, is there aught else we might do to be of service? You've already done more than enough. If I had to say, though, I would use someone who knows a thing or two about elegant technology. You there, the lad with the red eyes and matching hair. You seem to know more than your average scholar. If only Master Kokol knew how right he was. While he and Graha establish a rapport, why don't we help with preparations for the Great Exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond the terms of our agreement, but I propose this is not to curry favor. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. it would also be an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traveling the great expanse. And if nothing else, it beats twiddling our thumbs while we wait for the adamantite. Let's get it. Well, ain't you a bunch of helpful buggers? If you've a mind to lend a hand, I know where you ought to go. Charleyan Hamlet is lousy with researchers and scholarly types, busying themselves preparing for the Exodus. That lad needs all the help they can get. Well then, off we go. Alright. So let us open the monk chest plate up. Of course, we can't wear it until we get to level 88 for him. Mm-hmm. It is nice, isn't it? Alright. Not that way. I believe there's a crystal over here for us to attune to. Alright, let's head north. Uh-oh, my computer fell asleep. Thank you, darling.
Yep.
I'll get there in a minute. From what I can tell, a lot of people actually live down here. I don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some of that fresh inspiration Scorlock Malag mentioned. Let's start by asking around, ideally without getting in anyone's way. But have a whole lot of missions pop up? Let's meet by the Aetherite once our work is done. Yep. There it is. It's monking time.
You saw the picture of the thing. I like that.
Oh,
Fairy meter.
got you. The fairy meter. I now know what you're talking about. Yep, among other things. Well met, traveler. Might I interest you in a chocobo porter? Oh, don't tell me. It's your first visit to my stop. All right, I'll update your registry.
Excuse me, sir. I couldn't help but notice you have a way about you that simply screams I have an affinity for creatures of the wilds. And since I'm never wrong about such things, might I trouble you?
What can I do for you?
You see, among the troop of trolls living in the outer circuit, I came upon one who was sick beyond measure. I took the poor creature in at once and saw him healed, of course, but when I attempted to return him to his rightful climb, he flew into a panic, as if he could not bear the thought of going back. To make matters worse, the troll saw fit to escape into a den of Annals. I would go after him, but I'm so fumble-footed I'd scare him off like as not, and be torn limb from limb for my pains by the fiends. So I turned to you. Would you seek out this troll of which I spoke? I shall provide you with his favorite food, and with it, you should be able to calm the piteous thing. Hopefully that'll be enough to see his senses restored, and for him to come hurrying back. And though I shudder to think of it, if any of these fell Annals should seek to impede you or pester that troll, make those beasts regret their interference. Oh, and don't worry, you'll be rewarded for your efforts.
All right. Woot for Kitty. A two.
That seems like there's water around the internet crystal.
Mm-hmm. So Charlayan is a place that worships water and its life-giving qualities. So that's why they have water around every one of them.
But I always see water around all of Israel. So it seems to be something that's
Common, yeah.
Oh my, the ways of daily actors mysteriously are providential. To think a man so robust as you could appear before me in my hour of need. If this is not divine intervention, I don't know what is. Yeah, thank you, I'm not interested. It is a trial for which I'm not equal, nor shall ever be. It involves the capture of my most feared nemesis. Ugh, tomatoes. You see, I can barely speak the vile beast's name without my gorge rising. You'll do well to consider my offer, truly. I have money set aside, quite a bit of it, in fact. All you need to do is capture one of those vile vegetables. You'll find them near Mural Agronomics. It's quite hard to miss, disgusting things they are.
she thinks somebody wants one of them.
Yep. Yeah, my backstory for Pieter's homeland makes sense considering that they lived like in the snow, and so it was very important to keep population down. And that would do it. Excuse me, but can I trouble you for a moment? I'm looking for someone you see, and I was hoping you might help. I was due to receive a pair of beasts captured in St. Moix Arboretum, but the gleaner who's meant to make the delivery is yet to appear, and I've grown rather tired of waiting. I tried reaching him via link pearl, but to no avail. I'm tempted to go out and search for myself, but what if he arrives and I'm not there? So would you be willing to find said gleaner for me?
Sure, why not?
Thank you. You ought to be relatively easy to spot, I should think, considering he's traveling with 2 mud-covered seedkin. I'll search west of here first. I'll check around here, and just make sure he's not rounding the corner of some such. Did you find him before I do? Hurry back here, would you?
Sure. But first, I have other things to do.
Okay. Love the music. It does. It's an urgent version of the opening theme. Oh, heavens forfend. I think this would happen in my kitchen. Oh, the nerve. Oh, you, there. Yes, you. You've the look of a man who knows what he's about. I'm in desperate need of one such as you. Picked myself a bushel of Mother's Agronomics of apples, and wouldn't you know, some nasty mangadora swiped those red beauties from under my nose. Not sure how they got in there in the first place, but that's beside the point. I could well try and steal them back myself, but goodness knows how many hours I'd be before I'd stumbled back upon that blasted bandit. I'm only one woman. I can't cover all that ground by myself. So be a friend and help me get my apples back, won't you? I just knew you'd oblige me. Now then, let's talk strategy. I'll scout the area just south of here while you take the north. Deal? Mandragoras bury themselves in the dirt to hide, so if you see one of their bulbous heads poking out of the soil, hit them with one of those Meladrus bombs. They'll be so surprised to get a face full of stings they'll leap out and leave behind my apples. The thief will probably take off running, but let them go. I just want my pilfered fruit returned. Besides, Mandragora cocks, this isn't on the menu tonight. Right then, I'll leave you to your search. Happy hunting.
Just remember, don't kill them.
Oh, I'll forget. I'll kill 7 or 8 before I remember. I'm like, why isn't this advanced? Oh, right.
Hey there, Sherman.
What luck. You're just the gallant sort I was searching for. You see, I've whipped up an experimental new tincture, one that brings low a certain type of fiend. I had hoped a brave adventurer might test its efficacy for me in the field. And since you're here, perhaps you could fill that role. Good. Now then, about this solution of mine. With the help of some gleaners, I've crafted a concoction that can interrate even the hardest of seedkin casings, allowing one to make quick work of the beasts. Or, so my hypothesis goes anyway. Alas, my genius remains untested and thus unproven, which is where you come in. One so well versed in the ways of war could have no trouble at all verifying the tincture's efficacy, I should think. Based on the information I've ascertained, an oversized background can be found wandering about in the west of Rocosa Begata. Douse that sadistic seedkin with my newest nostrum and dash it into a bloody pulp for me, would you? Sure, why not? Oh, look, there's somebody else to talk to. Helping with the Ark, even after all the power of Mashakakos managed to squeeze out of the afterburner, aether burner. It's still not enough, apparently. And now I hear the final days have returned. Horrible creatures running rampant all over. Well, if only we'd begun this exodus sooner. People are dying, and there'll be no end to it if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. We've spent years preparing for this moment, believe in the plan, and all will be well. Mm-hmm. So you're saying one small setback will take everybody's hope away. That's not good. Oh, hello. You one of the new helpers? I mean, sort of. I'm Pietro Krollins. Working on the aether burner. Oh dear, I hear things have come to a standstill on that front. Even so, I'd choose that over my current duties. Checking and loading samples day in and day out. It's tireless, thankless work. Still, no one would be cross if I misplace a few legumes or what have you. The Forum's got enough on their plate as it is. What with deciding who gets to board the Ark and when. Other powerful people have opinions about that. My heart goes out to Master Fortunal and the others. Hardly get a moment's rest, I expect. Did they even have time to sleep? All right. Come on, pup. There we go. There was.
There was a perfect circle up against the wall over there.
Alright, first I gotta fight this thing, because apparently he wants to die. I am more than willing to oblige. For heavy aggressive.
But they're being preserved in there, aren't they?
They are. I see it.
Poor wayward crow.
Okay. Oh boy. Heal up first, then we'll go get him. Hey, I'll just wait just a moment.
Suppose like I'm ready when you are.
Alright. Time to kick butt and take names. Or is it the other way around? I love the delay. I have some ripe fruit for you. Wah. Yes. Alright. So we're gonna head back up. Get those tomatoes. You're correct, that was the joke.
I was still in the end, at least in my mind, messing up the cheering down.
Yep. All right. Mm-hmm. What? All right, Mr. Tomato. This is for making that poor lady upset for no reason. That is correct. Uh-oh. Heck. We got him.
You only need it to get mad, right?
That's correct. That's right. And stay out. Those are mandragoras. I'll leave the genomes alone for now. Indeed. Alright. Master Fox knows appraised me of your situation. You may take the lift to the central circuit as you see fit. Excellent, thank you. You like my mount?
Yes, I do.
I like my mount too.
The shoulders look very muscular.
Mm-hmm. Yep, this is as fast as it goes. Grr.
Look, he's returned. I can't thank you enough. I know they may not look it, but trolls are really quite intelligent. Indeed, they have an intrinsic part of the woodlands of Labyrinthos and keep it healthy and thriving. Though we've a responsibility to put down the more violent and unruly ones. Most trolls, such as this one, are kind, docile things. In fact, my friend here has a real chance of becoming a leader of his tribe, perhaps even guardian of the forest someday. It is we who saw these creatures removed from their natural habitats and relocated them within Labyrinthos. Thus, we have a responsibility to watch over them, to ensure they are well, and it'd be cruel to dispose of one simply because they're under the weather. Oh, yes, your reward. Here, as promised. Now then, it's high time I saw this fellow return to the outer circuit. Farewell, adventurer.
That small little element. Taking charge of that giant creature.
Oh, yes. We better understand the woods. Turn this to fuel, huh? Well, were you able to capture one of those terrible tomatoes? Here you go. Here's a tomato. Oh, pardon me. Even in the sack, I cannot stomach these riches. but better in than out, I suppose. At least it won't get this disastrously painful juices into anyone's eyes. You must be curious as to why the tomatoes, maddened into violence, were running amok. Oh, the truth is, a gleaner had sowed the congeries of vegetable seeds to cultivate on the plantation, and I feel these vermin managed to slip in unnoticed. The soil was exceptionally fertile by the looks of it, because the creatures proliferated with alarming ease, more so than anyone could have possibly guessed. And to provide this tale with an even stranger twist, the juices they squirted into my eyes had a sublurous effect. I no longer have need of my glasses. I can see with perfect clarity now.
Oh.
There was a great deal of pain, mind you. Well, when life gives you tomatoes, you make eye juices? Oh, no, that's not a very pithy thing at all. At any rate, your services have been most helpful. I will begin my research as soon as I'm back to my laboratory. And before I forget, here, your reward.
Oh.
Thank you for the salad.
Tomatoes are... They're improving people's eyes.
I guess so. Kind of weird. But hey, whatever. Hey there, Poultisane. Poultisane. Offering to help? That's very kind, but I should be able to organize the rest of the documents by myself. It's mostly listed of things we need once we arrive on the moon, and whichever star we choose is our new home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions, so I'll be a lot busier after we depart. I hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person, and having communicated with them in such a limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, I'm not even the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope they're not enormous looming giants. Why, I'd much prefer something small and fluffy, like that battered rabbit that ran by. Have I got good news for you? Well, that's not one you see every day. Oh well, whatever.
That thing joined the whole collaboration, huh?
I guess so.
That or Master Matoya's around.
That's also possible. Hey there, Livingway. What's up? Fancy meeting you here, Peter. Our friends on the forum brought us these teeny tiny toy boats, which was quite impressive considering they didn't use any creation objects. What we're really interested in is the Theros itself, although we now find ourselves in a sort of funny underground miniaturized version of it. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? The feeling inside. We were hoping the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears that they're rather preoccupied. Honestly, all that time to prepare and they're still not ready. I suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around. Or at least that's what we were planning to do until we chanced upon the Riancha and your good self. And since you're both dawdling about and engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Wouldn't that be fun? That's what they do. A tour of Labyrinthos? Unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities betwixt this natural environment and the Bestways borough, it would be in our best interest to have the Lupperts acquaint themselves with these conditions deemed optimal by their Chilean collaborators. I fear, however, that continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing rather than broadening their perspectives. Mayhap thou art better suited to lead this venture. You really are passing this off on me? What a marvelous idea. Maybe, might we begin with that great big what's-it over yonder? Oh, yes, the what's-it. I shall leave this explanation to Pieter. Yeah, I'll deal with the what's-it later. I got tasks to do for people. Over here.
You have more idle chit-chat to do.
That's right. This idle chit-chat's important, dang it.
Looks like y'all are heading to the same place.
Possibly. Nope, our plans diverged. Yeah, close to it. I don't think these desert creatures are doing so well in this little forest you made, guys. It's gonna be up top somewhere.
You tripped that poor tree. You turned around and stumbled in your presence. No wonder it's so angry.
Look, I'm just minding my own business, okay? I'm trying to help. I don't think I'm going to survive this. I think I should have fought that creature before I came over here. Alright. Fortunately, I was able to leave before I died. We'll give it over a minute, then we'll be back. Okay, I need to use the herbal saddle tincture on it and then slay it. Can I please attack the creature? Thank you.
And it's like, you went to attack that Berkana over there and get the same thing.
Hey, Broody.
Hi.
Making our way toward the climax of Endwalker. I was talking with the wife. I'm going to be very close to being caught up in the story when it actually happens. You've been moving, which is why lack of me. Oh, well, how's the move going?
Did it go smoothly?
Been a move. Yeah. But we're almost done with being settled in. Well, yeah. The best part of moving is when you're done. And you have boxes everywhere, but you're just like, at least I'm done. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, something we saw back in the Unthundered world. They have boxes. We have reusable bins. We gave them to my parents to use when they go through their stuff. Good, actually. That's much better. Mm-hmm. That is much better than the boxes when you can get it. Oh, thank goodness you're here. Kabasa caught me by surprise, gave me a nasty shock. What are you doing all the way out here? Well, you know, I'm helping. Well, of course. I suppose all this waiting would make someone, well, anyone, rather nervous. I'll give my apologies to the operator when I deliver these specimens. Would have kept them, but our place is kind of in small size and no place to really keep them. I feel that. I keep being gifted like furniture and stuff by family members, and I'm like, I have nowhere to put this. No place really to keep, which is why my parents ended up with them. Yep. We have stuff we've still left with the wife's parents that I don't think we've ever gotten. Lots of stuff ended up in the garage, so the car barely fits. As for the specimens themselves, well, let's just say I'm rather surprised they're still in one piece. Despite being bathed in lightning, the Earth alignment probably saved them, come to think of it. At any rate, thank you, kind stranger. Doubt I'll still be among the living, if not for your aid. Right then, I'd better get going. Don't want to keep the operator waiting any longer than he already has. I need to get higher. Get that ether current. And I guess we'll fight this thing. It's like I want to be zoomed in so I can get good views of the cutscenes and the discussions, but I got to be zoomed out to fight Puck. The MMORPG dilemma. Indeed, peculiar vegetables. Let's see what these are. Silver powder. Thank you. Please go queen. Please go queen up and flees in a flustered state, leaving behind apples. It would appear that this knavish Mandragora was behind the fruit napping.
Oh, the first one you killed.
Excellent.
Oh, are you going to go get the apples?
No, they're mine. I'm going to leave them there. Planted apples will be nice. Because these apples are huge. Man, that makes me want apples. Stupid gaming. Gaming while fasting? Alright. It's like I don't actually want apples, it's just that I haven't eaten anything in a long time. Over 12 hours at this point. And I still have another 6 hours to go.
Yeah, it's not even 7 a.m. yet.
Yeah. Why? I'm trying to lose weight. I've gotten most of the way to my goal, but I'm not there yet.
Part of the diet is eating only from noon until 6.
Yep, intermittent fasting. Yep, that. Oh. There you are. I was wondering when I would see you again. The Gleaner told me everything that happened. How you got him out of a tight spot. It seems to have escaped largely unscathed, but the chirurgeons are giving him a thorough inspection, just in case. You may not know this, but they're actually a variety of pork pooper. Only these happen to be smeared with a unique type of mud originating from the Arboretum. Judging by the look on your face, you already know this species, don't you? Yes, something tells me you're already quite intimate with the Arboretum. Isn't it just a wonderful place? Yes, wonderful. You must be wondering why I required these muddy little things. Well, I had a theory that their Earth alignment might prove to be of use in the amplification of said element. I had not expected such an unfortunate accident would come of their curiosity, though. Well, we're nonetheless the worse for the wear, but perhaps not that unfortunate. The Gleaner's still alive and kicking, and the samples all made it here safely. All thanks to you, of course. So all's well that ends well, yes? You're closer to your goal, that's amazing. Oh, yes. Last time we talked about it, you lost about 10 pounds, I think. Yep. I have lost 40 of the 50 pounds that I needed to lose. So, much, much closer to the goal. Still have the last 10 pounds to go, and that's, of course, the hardest part. Isn't that just the way? The end is the hardest. But yeah, it's been an adventure. All right.
very healthy.
Yep. Oh yeah, much healthier after losing that weight. Well, there you are. I've come up empty-handed, sad as it is to admit. How did you fare? Were you able to recover the apples? Oh yeah, here's our apples. Oh, that is the wrong voice. You were... Oh my, I can't thank you enough. Goodness me, now that I have a proper look at them, they're rather enormous, aren't they? Funny how I didn't see that before. Limeranthus, as you've surely noticed, is entirely man-made, and our continued prosperity has been in part to the elemental reactor and the false sun. Though, truth be told, those two things are likely to blame for our oversized fruit. The word is, there's research afoot to see if the above-ground orchard could produce something of a similar size as well. Given what little we know, though, I'm sure that day is quite a long ways off. Oh, begging your pardon, here I am talking your ear off, but I'm sure you've got better things to do to be getting on with. Heaven knows I would certainly do. Apple pies don't bake themselves, now do they? Well, thank you again for your help. Excellence.
Well, it's going to be evacuated before we even explore that possibility.
Right.
Why not a scratch on you? I think this to mean my serum did its job then.
It most certainly did.
Is that so? Goodness, my genius is rather startling, isn't it? That was a tincture most hastily thrown together. Never a thought was put into it. At any rate, I thank you for services rendered. Here, for your troubles. Well then, I must return to my pondering. These theories of mine will hypothesize themselves. Cool.
So I gotta figure out where those freaking keys are. The riddles were not helpful. So ready for dawn? Yeah. It'll be awesome. Looking forward to it. Like I said, I'm almost going to catch up by the time it comes out, so I'll be just slightly behind. The Lupert's technical expertise far outstrip our own. We would be wise to follow them to form our own conclusions as to the function of the various apparatus, rather than offer uninformed suppositions of our own. I'll get both, obviously, but Picto's calling me. Yeah, Picto is definitely going to be something I'm going to be doing as well. Unless, that is, unbeknownst to me, thou art possessed of surpassing knowledge concerning the construction and operation of advanced Chilean what's-its.
Goodness me, to build something so large without creation magic was positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to the most important features.
What's it are we looking at? I hear you singing, Mr. Singing Way.
What in the world?
That's how they sing. Search the apparatus for points of potential interest. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Target the area and inspect it with RNX.
Well, the most important thing would be this metallic tube. Is that water I hear from inside this great tube? It must be because of the cogs and the gigantic wheel on top. Oh, I see, that's how they drop the water. There's probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside of it, too.
Well, there's this mushroom-like thing which holds the water. Suck it up, and then when it falls, it generates more energy.
Well, this looks like the trees in Greater Thansville. Hold on, that's a bit of a strange shape. It's thin at the bottom but big and round at the top. Quite tall for something so unbalanced, too. Oh, no, that makes sense. That's where they store the water.
Yeah, it turns out water towers are an amazing way to store potential energy. So basically, you can have a water tower hooked up to a solar generator, have the solar power pull the water up into the tower, and then that stores energy, like from the sun, and then whenever the sun goes down, you let the water fall down the tower, and that can drive a turbine, which can then generate electricity. They're actually really cool.
the last thing.
There's the tanks. Sorry, I was looking for something the dwarven make.
That's a little hard to see from here, but it's a golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks. All I can see is that window with another pipe at the bottom. This must be for purifying the water drawn up from below.
Alright.
Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably by some other mechanism, is purified here and stored in that tower before being distributed elsewhere. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it, a brilliant design. In its simplicity, I dare say it would take only a moment to install it in even the harshest of environments, for us Leporites, that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is of the utmost importance for any fledgling settlement.
Yep, if you don't have water, you don't have life. That is exactly right.
We've read, however, that peoples of the forest sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive?
Settlements and found build narrow ways. There's no waterfalls or cover sites for villages in Gurabania. Yeah.
So wherever they choose to live, they're never far from water. Oh dear, I worry we won't be able to procure the necessary amount. We can provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it would appear they rely on it far more than we had anticipated.
You didn't know water was important?
I'm sure adjustments may be in order. Once we've calculated the average rate of consumption per individual.
Bro. Well, we all die of thirst.
Well, maybe we're learning more about how exactly they obtain their water in the first place.
Master Alphino spoke of the machinery responsible for that feat during our journey through Luxon Alpha, did he not? Mayhap the Lopritz will share his appreciation for the engineering marvel.
Oh yes, that sounds absolutely splendid.
We must journey through beyond the sanctuary of Charlayan Hamlet. I will lead the way.
You mean we have to brave the untamed wilderness? A valid concern indeed. We could not help but notice the many dangerous-looking creatures with big, nasty teeth lurking...
Sorry, that's a Monty Python reference.
Lurking behind the safe confines of the settlement. Were we not escorted here by burly custodians, I dread to think what would have become of us.
Regrettably, to many a hungry predator with the aforementioned big, nasty teeth, Lopritz would appear to be a potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance. Might I impose upon thee to assist in securing safe passage to Logiston Alpha? For my part, I shall act as escort to Living Way and Cooking Way. I entrust Singing Way and Growing Way to thy care.
Yeah, sure, I can take care of them. I'm a buff rabbit.
A more valiant protector they could not wish for. Godspeed.
Ignore the shoes. I'm buff. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not be eaten by some horrible beastie. Oh, well, there goes my afternoon plans. Come on, Growing Way, to the water extraction, what's it?
Wise guides.
They're wise guys, huh?
Wise guides, that's the name of the mission.
Listen here, wise guide.
Away,
I have.
Oh no, wait, there they are.
They went ahead to look at the big glowing ball. A glowing ball of death. Ooh, what's this?
Oh, thank you so very much. I really hope this water extraction lets it's worth these harrowing experiences. All part of the fun, some might say, but I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp if it's all the same to you. Yeah, you guys are no fun. Roast rabbit can be awesome. Sorry, I just had a flashback moment. I traumatized myself. Mm-hmm. In the distance?
Yeah.
Yep. My friend, I bid you welcome to Logostone Alpha. Our destination doth lie in the lift's top. Pray, follow me. Alright, let's get her done. Time for some scholarly time. You will need to use this lift should you wish to go to the medial circuit. Let me know if you're headed that way. Yes, let me the circuit. Marvelous, simply marvelous. So this is where the magic, or science rather, takes place. The perfect environment to sustain life artificially created. The knowledge in here will be essential when we start looking for new stars of your kind to inhabit. Apparently most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. They're all very lucky that Atheros just so happens to provide everything you need to thrive. Or did mankind turn out that way because they're the available resources, I wonder. Either way, nothing short of miraculous. And I cannot wait to see more of it.
That is the big origin question, isn't it? What? Is everything perfect because that's what we need to survive? Or is that what we need to survive because that's the way the situation is? That's a big religious argument.
This is all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provisions facilities. In other words, where's the food?
Kindly, most of the knowledge and the consumables you seek may be found in mineral ergonomics. As I imagine Hemingway and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus, wouldst you be so kind? Wouldst thou be so kind as to escort our living culinarian?
Oh yes, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully I'll be able to see firsthand some of the little delicacies Oleander was telling me about. Even his incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose, descriptions cannot compare with sampling them myself, not to mention that Theros will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there's still time. So let us brook no further delay.
Alright. Don't mind me, just coming through with a gorilla.
A long way to...
Yep.
I'm not finishing my sentence.
You conveyed the mean. It's fine. You're fine. Don't be nervous, waifu. You're fine.
This is the place, yes? The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I've spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our compendium. I'd dearly love to try some, but I've read that those who help themselves to a farmer's crops without permission are often caught and put into pies. And perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge if they'd be willing to part with a few samples?
Hemingway is now accompanying you. Keep him at your side for the quest objectives. Let's go through that entire tutorial again, because you haven't seen it enough in this game.
G'day, Jebke. Oh, what a fine mess this is. Hey, this guy would like to try some of your stuff.
Oh, it's you. The one who climbed down from the mine shaft. I'll show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for this exodus. And I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we can down here. Do what we do down here, up there. First on the moon, and then whichever star the form decides will become a new home. It's all so sudden and so unreal.
Do you want to go to the moon? Why not?
Well, better than waiting for the final days to claim us all. But no matter how carefully it's all planned, we'd never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in their new environment. So many species have been doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, is it?
Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may.
By all means, help yourselves.
Well, very much appreciated, my good fellow. So, where to begin?
Well, let's see.
How about in the colorful circle?
I'll have some grapes. Yes, this big glowing icon?
Yes.
I mean, I guess.
Oh, I know what these are. They're the grapes, yes? Let's see if they're delicious as they look.
Well, some are better than others, to be honest.
So sweet, so sour. Oh, the taste is much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another.
The bird's out of here.
The bird is bored.
Yep.
Well, that's certainly given me food for thought. Though it's a far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what is your opinion of grapes?
Meh.
Meh? An expression of indifference, I assume. In all fairness, our compendium did note that they are valued more as an ingredient for spurious beverages, rather than as a fruit for regular consumption. Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next truth.
Honestly, your carrots of happiness are pretty awesome.
Orange by nature.
Yep.
Which came first, the fruit or the color? Oh, who cares? Let's eat. Yes, that's equal parts sweet and sour. As with grapes, yet nothing alike. I think I have to consult Oriange about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter. It's all very complicated, you know. So many flavors, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. Now I see why you all turned your noses up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous though they are in my estimation, let no one say I've said otherwise.
Yes, carrots are awesome.
Well, speaking of carrots, let's get to sample any of the vegetables. Let's see what's in that field over there.
Wait. Where's the big glowing icon? Over here, okay.
The orange circle on the map.
Yes.
That color, that texture, that's some sort of enormous round carrot?
Not exactly.
No, in any case, proper nomenclature is less a concern than the taste. Blech! It's so hard and flavorless. That's why we're chewing a piece of wood. Well, that all confirms it. There's nothing more than misbegotten failures masquerading as good with carrots.
Stop, stop, stop. Can't you see these are pumpkins? No one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first.
And do you not find that an awful bother?
Far from it. Cooking is a joy unto itself. And what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has become one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember.
And perhaps even its hard blocks of paint matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wonder, though, if there's anything even more delicious. How about yellow fruit over yonder. Lemons?
Oh.
Here, let me get my camera out and you can try one.
What a wondrous fragrance. Oh, with luck it'll have a flavor to match.
No.
I have no idea how these are eaten. I'll just bite into it.
Oh,
yep, go right ahead.
Oh, my tongue. Have I been poisoned?
Nah, these are lemons.
A lemon? It's supposed to taste like this? How could something so similar to an orange be so revolting? Ugh. It may be some time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, it's best to call an end to this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others.
He needs a palate cleanser.
Desperately. He just bit right into the rind of the lemon.
Oh dear.
Finished, have you? I trust you found something to your liking.
I'm rather enamored with grapes and oranges. Less so the pumpkin, though. I learned the hard way they're not to be eaten raw. And then there was the lemon. The deceiver. I still feel so violated.
First time, was it? Oh, I'd hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth in more ways than one. I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked it. If this doesn't change your opinion, nothing will.
More lemon? Have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me to spurn this opportunity to... Sorry, a bit of sick came up there. Learn more of your inscrutable ways. Very well, lemon muffin. Do your worst.
That poor Lilliput.
Yep.
This is delicious. Although I still detect a hint of lemon. It complements the sweetness of the door to create a perfect harmony. I never would have guessed its vile bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. Michael Chap, this is simply breathtaking.
See, we rarely use lemons in its natural state. It has a star and role in all sorts of recipes. The same is true for many of our ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal. And sometimes it can even be the difference between life and death. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the Forum agonized over what's worth preserving and what will be consigned to history. Hard choices. But make them we must if we're going to survive.
Such strength of will. Now I know what Heidelin sees in your kind. Oh? Mankind, the Loperids, they're both born from the accumulative knowledge of the ancients. They learned all that there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection. Therein lies the folly and its downfall, for perfection is not an attainable ideal. So the paradox of the Immaculate Carrot. Yet civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the costs incurred in their futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What then is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect. To be content with what we have, and make the most of it.
Perfect is the enemy of good.
When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins.
Pardon my Ozian, but what in the seven hells you on about? And who are you anyway?
Oh, cooking way, at your service. I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. Well, once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds, but don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of Atheros' species as possible, if you're up to a challenge.
Yes, of course. I look forward to it.
Well, this has all been highly productive. Probably. Let's go and see if Orianji and the others have run out of the machinery to inspect, shall we? Sure.
All right.
They really are wise guys.
Mm-hmm. Agriculture shock. And 5 items to find. Which I should be able to find a lot of them. I'm going to wait until I've unlocked the rest of the area before I start looking. In earnest. If I see one, though, I'll obviously just go boop. You're so agreeable this morning.
That was most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other places famed for their cuisine?
Lemsolomensa is home to the Culinarians Guild and many less than savory establishments. But there's lots of good food there.
Not that I had time to visit. The more I learn of Aetherus, the more I wish we could spare it from the final days. Alas, Hyland's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way.
Peter, I trust your time with methoergonomics did bear fruit. Our own efforts, too, were well rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge can occupy them and us for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let us return to the chalet and hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every lot work there, should further questions within my power to answer arise.
Sure.
Looks like a great emissary.
Indeed.
Aww.
Okay, you can now go wherever you want on this. Sage Council.
Let's get that.
It is. Correct. That's why I've not gone searching for the Aether Currents, is because there's going to be a bunch that are going to be in that center, and I can't reach it yet. Thank you, love.
Aww. What's the problem? Oh, yes, Peter, that was me verbalizing a sigh. To express my emotional state, do you want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environmental data for Aetheris at Logiston Alpha, that's why. A forest so lovely and so leafy. Are all of your forests like that?
There's verdant, yes, they're verdant at least. The trees of Dravania stand particularly proud.
Is there an option about the first row?
Mm-hmm.
Purple.
Yes.
Gasp. Gasp, I say. With the star so wonderful, it comes as no surprise you're reluctant to leave it. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous we must seem to you, trying so hard yet achieving so little.
Not at all. Thy works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. Thought I heard tiny voices. Thangrid. How didst thou fare? Well, I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruptions here, despite news of the coming end. We have the forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death. We can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not. Though aided by our goodly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden.
Maybe of use to people? I'm honored you think me so capable, but I'm not sure I'm up to that challenge.
Nevertheless, I believe in thee.
If you say so, I suppose it couldn't hurt to try.
I passed someone moping in the western plaza that looked to be in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him.
What?
This is as good a place as any. Come. Indeed. Stinky cat is stinky? Yep, Kitty does that. That's what Kitty do. Oh, can I help you? Yeah, I just want to check on you, make sure you're not going to turn into a monster. Oh, it is you who would help me. My anxiety is so truly obvious. A burden shared is a burden eased. Pray, tell us thy troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see. And what they say of the ship, that it's the sum of decades of Charlene ingenuity, it's built with peerless, elegant technology, it's all true, but I know that none of that's a guarantee. We've never before launched a seafaring vessel, or starfaring vessel, I should say, let alone flown at a great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard in the first voyage, but even so, if it fails us then, what can we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart in the next flight, or the what after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the afterburner design was flawless too, and look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and thou dost hold the power to allay his fears.
I'm not sure about that, but, well... Maybe you could tell me if there are any aspects of the ship's design that you're especially worried about.
Our ability to walk about and perform our tasks, for one. I've designed a means by which to employ gravity, a separatemporal spell, to regulate the environment. But what if that's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we left the star?
Gravitation. Maybe I could be of help after all. Up there is no different from down here, you'll see. The same rules apply, if you consider them as part of one big cosmos rather than separate places.
Huzzah.
Well, I cleaned up the sink.
Thank you, waifu. I suspect both parties can find comfort in this conversation. Yet if Thancred's tale be true, still others would benefit from insights born of experience. Might I prevail upon the Loperates to attend them?
An excellent idea, and I do say so myself. There's naught we like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Etheris, and learn more about them while we're at it.
Huzzah. Full glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Pieter, thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succor. Pray seek thee out the distressed and the apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await them here, that I might introduce each to a suitable laborate.
Sure, sounds great. Let me just stab myself in the chest. Well, do this, I look forward to that. A place for every laborate, and every laborate in their place.
Huzzah. Okay. Apologies, but I'm awaiting a delivery. Whatever it is, we'll have to wait. Seems Gleaner's too busy to chat for his benefit or for others. What's the problem?
Oh, I realized that I uncovered.
Yep.
There we go. Fix it.
Thank you, waifu.
I was moving it aside so I can see it.
Yeah, that's going to be hard to do.
I'm going to listen now.
That's good. How might I help you?
Yeah, I'm supposed to talk to people?
Oh my, what a lovely idea. I too noticed people becoming rather tense as I rushed out to pluck some fresh and fragrant tea leaves. Now I need only track down 100 or so drops. But don't you worry, I can manage. I hope your plan to cheer everyone up goes well. I was doing better than you are.
Worries. No, I believe I'm fine, thank you. I've been confiding in my colleagues. That's up to that. Can't recommend it enough.
Your sister already has the support she needs. Have you heard anything from what's on the moon? I've no doubt that we can make it up there, but searching for a new star part of the plan sounds awfully vague to me. I asked the forum, but they will only tell us that the collaborators have everything under control. Okay, did you settle down? Just a second. I got some light. Housing issues. Be right back.
Oh, sorry.
Water. Oh. Yeah, I think we're good. That's the forum. They only tell me the collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars and gods know who. What, made by gods know who? It's the leopards. They're little bunny people. And we're searching using a searchlight. You mean to say that I can speak with them directly? Oh, amazing. I hope they like questions. I finally found the person I was looking for. We will just spin through here. Look all around the hamlet. I say, yeah. Concerns? Nah, there's no point in worrying at this stage. It'll only make the work go that much slower. This woman seems to be coping pretty well. He's a distracted researcher. 56 bunches of weeds in the ground, 56 bunches of weeds. Rip one out, add it to the mound, 56 bunches of weeds in the... Hey, do you guys have any problems? I'm not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was in need of a little break, you see, and then I found myself unable to relax at all, so I went for a walk and I noticed these weeds, and, there's some loppers if you want to talk. Pleasant conversation partners, and oh, so fuzzy. Oh, goodness me. That does sound like a much better way to relax.
That researcher sounded very enthusiastic.
Oh, yes. She looks quite happy. Alright, looking for friends. Where are all of these people I'm supposed to be able to be finding? I found like 2 of 8. I think his name is Girthmaster. The end of the world is nigh, yet the work goes on no faster. Schedules are such temperamental things, but feasible one moment, utter bullocks the next. And yet I've never felt so alive! Ha ha! This one is beyond your help. Only sleep can save her now. You. Yes, you idiot. Have you seen an envelope laying around? This imbecile refuses to give me the alchemical I ordered without that bloody slip of parchment. We got some leopards you can talk to if you'd like to, not be a jerk. Unless your friends have a spell to make me remember where I dropped my damned envelope, I doubt it'll be any more help than you. And you've wasted enough of my time already. It'd be unfortunate for all involved to inflict this man upon the Loperates. Grimacing naturalist.
Hey, you want to meet some Loperates?
My face? What's wrong with my... Oh, perhaps I am a bit tense. I was tasked with ensuring that the proper fauna, and only the proper fauna, are brought with us to the moon. However, the suitability of a few species are still under debate, and I can hardly make that decision myself when I know so little about the environment up there. I got some Loperates you can ask questions of. Including the Loperates in our discussion is a wonderful idea. I absolutely will, thank you. Perhaps the biology itself will offer up some clue as well.
Glad I could help. Want to talk to some Loperates?
Consulting our collaborators, I suppose that would be more efficient than just sitting here brooding. I'm tempted to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate into fewer trips. Should the Aetherburner make our original estimates unfeasible? There's simply too many variables. I feel as if my brow's going to turn inside out. Perhaps our lunar associates will have more insight into how much weight constitutes too much weight for our purposes. Thank you for letting me know. Is anything bothering me? Well, I've been loading cargo for bells now, so my back feels like a void stent plated as a piano. My feet and knees are drums and cymbals, too. Lunar seems fine, if in need of a break. Just leave me to my misery. The forum could appoint to someone else. I apologize, I simply don't know what to do. How do I suppose to pilot an ark that's already falling apart under the pressure? I got some Loperates you can talk to. You know an airship pilot who I might speak with? Truly? Well then, there's no time to waste. They can help me prepare for this monumental task. Still only found 5 of the 8. What am I thinking about? The medical facilities on the ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and chirurgeons, but to imagine every illness or injury that one might face in the great expanse is beyond any of us, to say nothing of the effects that living out there indefinitely could have on the body. I got some Loperates you can talk to about that. The crew from the moon? Why didn't I think of that? Alright, there's 2 more people somewhere. One is up there. Blasted assistants. Why have they gone to it at a time like this? Beg pardon, but I have not the time for idle chit-chat. I need to reconfirm that aether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery. It seems I should have to do it single-handedly. I swear, when I find those assistants of mine, Captain Loperates will be happy to help you with it. Loperates are willing to help? Oh, why didn't you say so? At least they don't moan. See about how they were checked 24 times already and haven't slept in weeks, the lazy sods. One more. Can I go inside this building? No. I just gotta figure out where have I not looked. Aha! Hiding back there. Head-riddling engineer. Oh, God, my chest is tight. Am I dying? Is this what dying feels like? I got some leopards you can talk to if you'd like to calm down. Oh, do pardon me. I didn't see you there. There's no cause for concern, I assure you. No cause for concern, even though we may depart at any moment. And if the hull design buckles under the strain, the entire vessel will explode on launch, causing countless lives and dooming all of mankind, but that's highly unlikely. Yes, highly unlikely. Highly. I thought some whoppers if that helped. Our visitors will help me triple-check the structural flaws, you say. Well, that would be wonderful. I'm breathing them far more easily already. All right. Behold, Theodan, through thine efforts what hath spread throughout Libranthos, verily to a far greater number than we anticipated, living way doth gather more operates as we speak. I shall assign each in accordance with their skills, that new bonds of friendship might be forged. Should greater matters require not thine attentions, watch over them, I pray thee. We'll hang out here for the Sage Council. The music.
Phew! Oh, finally some rest. Why, I haven't spoken so much in, well, in forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
Twould behoove you to consult with Sleepingway. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
I'm not a Loporrit, I'm a Lalafell. Oh.
After you and your friends left Mare Lamentorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that, were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
Not realizing that water was important. You know, that kind of thing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt.
Who is they?
Master Louis Soir, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget...
Ah, that's who they is. Moonbreeder.
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Yes, I am.
Wilson and Blovida, Sharlayan's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
Yep.
It hath been some time. Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
I'll say, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where.
Aww.
Do you have any idea how worried we were?
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
Aww.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know. We always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy, our daughter, trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you, too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
This moon breeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
Yep. A really awesome character that we lost way too early in the game.
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
Out of the corner of my eye, I think I saw some people vanishing from that little courtyard area. Took me out of it briefly. Oh, Pieter, be assured that I am fine. I'm so glad to see them, too, after so long. Gladder still that it was in your company. Difficult as it was to accept their kindness, it would have been far harder had I faced them alone. Are you done crying?
Yeah.
I know how my wife works. Thou hast my gratitude for lending courage to Loporrit. Not disposed to rest on their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany their countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, and so shall I remain to aid them as need be. If thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Alice. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes out the west gate. I would go myself, but we both know whose help she'd less like to scorn. Not to mention that, much of my misfortune, I can think of several other things I ought to be doing. Until later. Oh my. The area popped again.
That was a very emotional moment there.
It was.
They did very well with that section.
Yes, they did. They did a great job. It's Peter, isn't it? I was about to head to Corporal's Forge to drop something off, and I thought you'd be more welcome than I. As it turns out, the recipient is something of an admirer of yours. I'm sure she'd be thrilled to have you make the delivery. All right, sure. Thank you. Here's the package, all sent to be delivered to Wasanti. What am I to do? Oh, you're that adventurer who's helped out the students of Baldistian, aren't you? I suppose it matters not to you, but my son seems to have run away. I thought only researchers lived here.
Ah, yes. Simply put, my wife and I work in Aporia, and she happened to conceive whilst we were living here in the Charlayan hamlet. I assure you, we had many sleepless nights wondering if we should quit our jobs and leave Labyrinthus, or ensure the child to a friend of ours who dwells somewhere more suitable. Ultimately, we decided to continue our work whilst raising the child here. After all, our research is focused on the very future that our offspring will inhabit. The issue is, however, that the magic that prevents us from revealing anything confidential is too potent to be used on children. Of course, we can't allow the little one to roam freely. There's no telling where he might invite us. So he spent his entire life thus far within the confines of the Charlayan hamlet. We recently had a slight spat with him, and, well, he decided to flee. Imagine me going after him would only make things worse. Could I ask you to talk to him in my stead? I'm sure he'd be more than willing to listen to anyone other than his parents at this point. Sure. Thank you. Vermotane, that's my boy, is most likely in the plaza to the east. I cannot imagine he struck out any further on his own. Boy's barely level 5. There are level 88 creatures out there. Quite terrifying. Oh my, conundrum indeed. What am I to do? Tell me what's wrong. Well, aren't you the kind sort to take an interest in a stranger's woes? It's my son, you see. He's a gleaner stationed in the Near East, and he's recently returned to deliver his procurements. I just received word from him a moment ago, asking me to meet him in the Archeon. Apparently, he has some sort of gift for me. I'm not thoughtful. In a stroke of ill luck, however, something urgent has come up, which I am obliged to attend to. By the time I'm done with my business, I have little doubt that my darling boy will already be gone, off on his next assignment to who knows where. So you see why I'm in a pickle, surely. As much as I want to, I can't claim the gift myself, but perhaps you could go in my stead. If you have the time on your hands, that is. Sure. You do? Well, thank you. We'll return as soon as I'm able. And so let's meet here once you have taken receipt of the present. May I bother you for a moment? I have a problem of a marital nature, shall we say. You see, my husband was looking rather green around the gills when he left for work this morning. As much as I would like to check on him myself, I'm afraid my research is of such import that I can't leave it unattended for any matter of time, like I am just laying out here, doing nothing in the court square. Which is why I must ask you to look on him in my stead. You'd like to find my darling slaving away at Coco's forge, if he hasn't been carted off to the infirmary yet, that is. He's a rather handsome man. Oh, handsome. Okay, I'll look for that. Whose garish red glasses make him hard to miss. Should you notice he's under the weather, I ask you provide him with this filter, which will hopefully revitalize him. Sorry to lay such a burden on you, but I have no one else to turn to or I can entrust this with. Please hurry, as I fear he'll keel over before long. So rather than giving this to one of your co-workers, you trust someone who's never been around here. Same as legit.
Haven't we met before? You're one of our youngest friends, yes? I am. I thought so. I'm here wondering about Labyrinthos, hoping to find some work to do. It sounds like such fun, and I don't even know where to start or how to ask for it. Could you help me? Of course. Let's go. Rather, what are we waiting for? Let's find someone with work for me.
Should you choose to undertake this quest, you'll receive no guidance from the journal or the duty list. You'll need to read the text carefully and decipher the clues to determine your next course of action. Excuse me, you there. You look capable. Could you find a missing carbuncle for me? Ordinarily, a carbuncle would never be without an arcanist, but this one was found alone, roaming the wilds of Lenosha, and so I had it sent here for research purposes. I swear I took my eye off of it for barely even a moment, and it scampered off somewhere outside the hamlet. Seeing as how it's far too dangerous out there for someone in my disposition, I was hoping you could look for it in my stead.
Sure, why not?
You have my thanks. I don't think I could have made it out of Central Circuit, but it still leaves a wide area to search. Alright. This guiding crystal should make the job a lot easier. It'll react when the carbuncle's nearby, growing more brightly the closer you are to your quarry. Once you've secured the entry, please bring it back here to me. I wish you fortune in your hunt. Your guiding crystal will pinpoint the way to the Charybdis. The carbuncle, sorry. We've done this before. Crystal remains inert. Carbuncle must be elsewhere. Here, Yesem. Where could it have gone? What a bother this is. If only I could find someone who... Oh, fortune is on my side indeed. You seem the doty sort. Maybe you could help me locate a missing mammoth. And you know the one right there? Colleague has reported that one has escaped and gone on a rampage. It was last sighted wandering southeast of here, which is slaying one of the specimens. I tried to deactivate the mammoth remotely, but it's outright ignored my commands. Now our only recourse is to stop that willful thing at once. Perhaps you could do the honors. If you're up for it, I'll need you to locate it and put it out of commission. Once that pertugnacious puppet has been silenced, place it in this coffer and return it to me. So, would you help? Fantastic. I know you weren't the type of man to say no to a person in need. Find the corpse of the fiend you fought. You'd like to come across that directionless doll.
Doling out punishment?
Yep. I wanted to correct you, but no, it's right there. Doling out punishment. You're completely right. A moment, if I may. Have you heard of the winged familiars known as the Scatine? They've a marked talent for seeing in the dark, which has established them as the chosen watchbirds for some of the world's most important facilities. As it so happens, we in Labyrinthos avail ourselves of their astonishing eyesight too, day and night. Our scapeness keeps close watch for blackguards and nasties going on. However, such keenness of eyesight requires, for lack of a better term, upkeep, which comes in the form of special eye drops. After all, what creature could stand unblinking and wide-eyed for days on end without help? So might I ask you to dole out some medication? Sure, why not? So good of you to be so obliging. The scapeness are perceptive creatures in both sight and mind, and it takes you instantly once they know you've experienced in caring for even one of their kind. Which is why I recommend all of those who deal with things of a confidential nature try their hand in treating the beady eyes of our vigilant familiars at least once. Near the northmost entrance, you'll find the scapeness' caretaker. Should only be too glad to introduce you to one of our faithful watch owls. Alright. You're a visitor to Chilean, aren't you? You do have the worldly look about you. As a gleaner, I too have journeyed far and wide. Tell me, where is the farthest you've ventured? I've gone to another world. Is it meant to be in jest? Look on your face tells me you're serious. You should do quite nicely. You see, I need a more experienced traveler to say a prayer for me before I leave for Garaldania. If you will do me the honor, the reactor operator at the tower of the north-south should have a lantern crystal prepared for the purpose.
So he needs the prayers of the perfect stranger?
Apparently.
You there, adventurer. You're the carriage of a man upon whose time I might prevail. These books there, you see them? I would have you bear them to one of the students of Aldestian for me. Don't you carry them yourself? That would be ideal for all parties involved, wouldn't it? Alas, my political leanings prevent me from the most obvious solution. I'm a member of the bibliotheque, which I think should be explanation enough. I and my colleagues have sworn to bear silent witness to the affairs of the world, recording all that takes to pass. The students of Baldiston, on the other hand, take a much more active approach to the affairs of the world. Needless to say, things between us are tense. It would spell trouble were I to be found delivering these terms myself. My colleagues may well bar me from the archives entire, punishment worse than death. Thus I seek aid from one who can pass unnoticed. You. All right, sure. Right, then. Have a care and bring these to the Baldiston co-conspirator. You'll find her in Logiston Alpha. Oh, and tell her it's a gift for a friendly researcher at Charlotte and Hamlet, will you? So these text and tone text to the Baldiston co-conspirator in Logiston Alpha before your arms give out. You have 200 seconds. Why the heck is Baldiston Alpha? I see Logiston Alpha. Yeah, that's what they meant. Here you go, cautious student of Baldiston. My word, look at all of this. Each book more valuable than the last. How in the world did you come by them? I found them. Didn't you by research in Charlotte and Hamlet, you say? I meant as a gift for me. A mysterious benefactor is gracious indeed. It's a comfort to know that at least one person out there values our efforts in an ever-changing world. Do give my thanks to this charitable little researcher next time you see them. Or why not? Yeah, I just lucked out, man. Ended up getting to the right area. Some will go elsewhere. You're here for the crystal. I hope it does some good for that gleaner. Those folk need all the luck they can get. Lanterns light the way through the darkness, a tool which can mean the difference between life and death. They're synonymous with safer passage, and as such it's become a custom in recent days to imbue a crystal inside with prayers of a more seasoned traveler. Today that traveler is you. Simply face the crystal and pray for the safety of the traveler to be, if you will. I in fact have a lot of prayers to give. There you go. A colleague recently told me about the power of a casa, a concept taught in Razatan, and how it reacts to strong emotion. I wonder if this method of praying to a crystal is a manifestation of that power. Well, that should just about do it. With luck, your prayers will help guide the gleaner safely through the perils of his journey. I hope so. Crystal remains inert. Look elsewhere.
Alright. Chemical must be elsewhere. The fiend carcass, looking for the robot. Should be nearby. There's a hostile presence. Oh, look, it's a broken Viking. Put in a mammoth coffer. Put in a coffer upon its defeat. Alright, we'll turn this stuff in. Misread that. Ah, you've returned and without the books which you departed. I assume that to mean they were delivered to the right hands? Thank you. As I mentioned before, we bibliotheques keep to the wings of history's stage and take a fierce stance against any sort of involvement. We have a sworn duty to observe all that transpires, even as the world unravels before our very eyes. So dedicated are we to this goal that there's no realm in which we are not present. I, too, was once stationed abroad, in the Far East, actually. That's where I caught wind of the students of Baldestian. Learned how they had become a symbol of hope in these fearing the final days. Sylvester tells us that knowledge is a gift, and that cannot be bestowed upon just anyone, only the worthy who might wield the strength it possesses. And I believe the students of Baldestian are worthy. If there's any justice left in this world, then that which our pens and papers have locked away is theirs by rights. Thank you for helping me put the fruits of our labor to good use. Anytime.
Do you have a lantern crystal for me? There you go.
Well, methinks, with your prayer fueling its light, I have a faith that it will keep me safe until my return. And now I depart for dear Albania. I hope your travels are successful as well as mine.
I also hope this.
So we got like, what, one more? Did I look at 2 and say 1? I did. We're able to retrieve that little runaway and shove him into that container. I'm ready to take it off your hands and whatever you're willing to part with. Though I'm not sure why you would want to hang on to it for any longer than necessary. Here's a man-filled coffer. Goodness, you've done it. I can't thank you enough, truly. I'm not sure what I would have done had you not come along. This mammoth's unfortunate escape is the work of the Loporits, you know. They meant no harm, I'm sure, but they insisted on tinkering with the thing's innards. Wanted to make some improvements, apparently. As you can see, their earnest meddling has caused us a great deal of grief. To be fair, they did look rather contrite when I told them what had transpired. I can't stay angry at them, though. They have only the best of intentions. In fact, they need some cheering up after the tongue lashing I gave them. Yes, they deserve the thickest, crunchiest carrots I can find. And on that note, farewell, adventurer, and thank you. Goes elsewhere. Is there something I can help you with, your friend with?
You know, this, that, and the other.
I heard Loporits were interested in learning about their culture. And you're saying this one's looking for a job?
Yes, I would like to work at a job. Do you know of what I can do?
Well, most people here work in Alporia and Temezin, but you would need to submit documents to request a proper level of clearance. And oh, I have an idea. As you've seen, the man-made habitats hereabouts are populated by a variety of experimental subjects. Some of the bolder beasts, however, have been known to cause unfortunate incidents in and around the elemental reactors. In order to encourage those creatures to keep their distance, we've put together some bags of noxious-smelling repellents. I'd appreciate it if you could place a few of them by the reactors themselves. For now, I need you to ward off 2 such facilities, one to the south and one to the west of Legaston Beta. Here, there's an armful for each of you so you can split the work.
Well, I'm sorry for making your work too, but that means we can share the payments as well. Right, I'll go to the south reactor and you take the one to the west. Work, work, work!
It would really help if I had like some kind of clue if I'm heading in the right direction or anything. On the carbuncle thing.
Oh, he's the one who's come with the eye drops then. Heard all about One was, oh, you're the one who's come with the eye drops then. Heard all about today's little exercise with Najana. Called me via link call, you see. Told this old bird what's about to transpire, but she still seems a bit on her guard. Might be best to calm her down yourself. If you pet her gently, that ought to unruffle her feathers, figuratively and literally.
An owl with a staff?
Yes, it is. There, little girl. The vigilant Skatine continues her unwavering stare, but there's now a great deal less anxiety in her eyes than before. That's right, Stolas, you're fine. I think our friend here has realized you're no threat at all. Go on, then. She's ready for the eye drops whenever you are. Here, let me drop these in your eyes. It'll be very painful briefly. Now's your chance to administer the eye drops. Why, it looks like she's ready to snuggle up to you, I'd say. Skatines have a mind like a steel trap and won't forget a face easily, so it's no problem if you were to walk past in completely different clothes. It takes more than a costume change to fool them, after all. If you don't mind my asking, you're friends with a dragoon, right? Sort of looking Ellison fellow, as I remember. I'm afraid the Skatines don't take kindly to him. Damn near peck his eyes out. This poor bird almost got a lance in her gullet for it. Luckily, her companion stopped himself when he did. But it doesn't mean the Skatines going to let bygones be bygones anytime soon. So, let me tell you, bit of advice. You ought to watch himself when you're walking through these parts. In any case, your work is done here. The Skatines had her treatment, so go and tell Anaja as much. Good luck out there. Oh, and should you happen to see another Skatine whereabouts, keep him away, all right? Alright. Well, let's head back and get this done. The dry eyes have it. Whew. Hey there, Naja.
You've returned. Very good. Judging by the lack of scratch marks, you were successful in completing your task. No doubt the Skatines now know to treat you as a friend rather than a foe. The Skatines do not stay long in any given location, but rather fly through labyrinthos, moving from perch to perch. Should you happen to see one, count yourself fortunate. They can be a rare sight. Though you may think them difficult to spot, trust that they are amongst us. They're watching always, ensuring that the knowledge we've acquired is kept from falling into the hands of those who would use it for nefarious ends.
That actually sounds foreboding. Thank you for sharing. I feel so much better knowing the big bird there is watching.
Well, who are you?
Well, I found the Hey there, Verpaline.
I'm not going to go home so easily. You probably don't believe me either, but I've noticed that I'm not always right with the labyrinthos.
Why don't you try telling me first?
Fine, I shall tell you what I've seen. The color of the artificial light here has changed recently. I'm sure most people haven't noticed,
When you spent your whole life here, the difference is like night and day. Even so, no one will take me seriously when I try to bring it up. All because of my age. She's got in a big fight with Father about it. But Labyrinthos is in danger. Who knows what would happen if the artificial sun broke? That's why I can't go home just yet. I need to get to the bottom of this first. Although I am scared to venture outside of my own. I say there's countless monsters out there. I don't suppose you'd come with me. I could pay you. It's not much, but I don't got pocket money from my... I do get some pocket money from my parents. You don't need to pay me. I thought you were different from the rest. Now you're treating me like a child too. It's a proper deal, right? You've got to take my money to make it binding. All right, whatever. Then it's settled.
Sure, take money from a child.
I tried to refuse, he wouldn't let me.
So he's having a good time? Brooklyn is chuffed that you're helping him. I'm ready to go if you are. Oh, I suppose I should tell you a bit about the artificial sun first. It's got an engine called a reactor that burns with fire ether. My theory is the reactor has too much ether now. That's what's changed its color. Ergo, we should go to Phoebus. I know someone who works there trying to control the artificial sun. I bet he'll let us have a look around. It's in the medial circuit, so we should head straight for the Augustan Alpha first. Follow me, so you don't get lost. Oh, crap. The kid disappeared. Squirrel?
Yeah, a squirrel's out there digging around trying to find its nuts, and I think maybe there's some mosquitoes out there. Because he's like flipping around and jumping and digging and rolling around the ground.
I see.
Yeah, he's having a good old time.
Okay. Yep. Yep, looks like it.
And he looks like a cat that's having a good old time out there.
Yep. Smokey's like, I'm worried. They don't usually let me into the medial circuit, but having you here changes everything. Now let's go. Can I go to the medial circuit? I have an adult. Hello again, Berthaline. You and your friend are free to go through. You have my thanks. It's so tiresome having your freedoms limited just because of your age. Anyway, let's make our way for Phoebus. Here comes the sun. Do-do-do-do. Up on this ridge. Yeah, they were blind. He said I can go and have a look. Wait here, I'll let you know if I find anything. Well, he showed me the control panel, but there doesn't seem to be anything wrong. The reactor's records don't contain anything worth noting either. That's what you were worried about, huh? You do realize this place has been around as long as Libranthos, and we've never had a single problem. Nor have we been able to confirm this change in the light's hue you speak of. Are you certain you didn't just stare at the sun too long? We advise against that for a reason, you know. They can talk down to me all they want, but I know what I saw. There's nothing wrong here. It simply means the root of the problem lies elsewhere. Let's go. All right, sure. Thank you for sticking around. It's nice to be relieved for once. Now that it's clear the problem doesn't lie here, we should move on. Let's take a look at the supply route. The fire aspect of aether travels along from the elemental reactor to the artificial sun. I learned a while ago the sun automatically goes into overdrive to maintain its brightness if it gets less fire ether than it needs. If that's what's happening, then there must be a problem with the reactor's aether supply. To know for sure, we'll need to check the flow of the aether to see if there are any spots where it's abnormally weak. To do that, though, I need an aetherometer. Maybe we can borrow one from Ergonomics. Then why don't we... Then we won't have to go out of our way. Okay. See, I fed them a lie about helping with some research, and they lent me an aetherometer. Come on, let's see if we can pick up any abnormal readings. Just as I thought. Concentration of fire ether is too low. It seems to be weakest at a point south of here. That must be where the problem lies. You can tell all that just from the aetherometer? Well, when you've got a father who's an expert in aetherology and a mother who's a mathematician, you learn a thing or two. What's more, I was born and raised here. It'd be embarrassing if I didn't know it better than anyone else. Now, let's get to the bottom of this. Yep, he does that. He's using his punchy skills. I've identified the problem. There's an anomaly here. They're normally only found to be near the elemental reactor. I can't say for sure if he came here on purpose or simply got lost, but either way, it's clearly been feeding on fire aspect of aether. Most of the aether travels deep underground on its way to the reactor, but the supply route is close to the surface here. I imagine the anomaly must be pretty powerful at this point. If it's been here absorbing all that aether, No doubt its core is full of it. If I can just get my hands on that core, I could use it to convince the adults I was right all along. Do you think you could slay it for me? Oh yeah, that shouldn't be a problem at all. Oh, there's blazing alpha. Blazing an alpha. Not alpha. Alright, I got his core for you. They're gonna be mad you killed him. Nicely done. Could you show me the core? Here it is. So this is what an abundance of ether can do to the cores. It's massive. Father and the others have no choice but to believe me when they see this. I'm sure people will be so happy you killed a creature, too. Come on, let's waste no time in showing this to Father. It's time he acknowledged that I'm right. So this is where you've been hiding. Father, I fancy seeing you here. I was just about to come home and show you that I found the problem with the sun. Are you still harping on about that? Could have got yourself hurt pursuing this nonsense. And you, I told you to bring my son back to Venus. Did you go gallivanting off with him? We've got proof that all is not well. Fine, I shall hear what you have to say. We killed the creature, and we took his core. And it's big, look. Have you ever seen a core that big before? Oh my. I never have seen a core like this in my life. I see no reason to doubt your suggestion it was feeding off the fire aspect of Aether. So you finally admit that I was right about the sun. Well, yes, however the matter now... That matters not now that you... Yes, however, that matters not now that I know how serious the situation is. What do you mean? Peter's already slain Leonardo. Surely everything will go back to normal now. I'm afraid not. If the artificial sun was under such strain for a prolonged period of time, it could be on the verge of combusting by now. We need to cool it post-haste. Alas, this requires multiple soma cores. The constructs can be found by Coco's Forge. Please, we've no time to waste. You must retrieve 2 cores for me. We'll begin the process at 4 of us. Find us there when you have the cores in hand. All right. Try to get this done quickly, then. After Flush knows a prism of your situation, you may take the lift to the central circuit when you see fit. Alright, let's do it. Hello, Zombie. Zombie.
Oh, hello. Oh, it's you. The one and only Peter. Oh, am I dreaming?
I have a package for you.
Deliver it for me? Why would someone as famous and as important as you be delivering my package? Oh, well, now I'm just being rude. I must thank you properly. If only I'd known you'd be coming, I would have prepared something for you. Silly me, there's something for you right here. This package contains a bottle of golden syrup. It's yours if you want it. It's an alchemical medicine to rejuvenate the wearied body. You must need something like that after running around and then saving the entire world. I won't hear no for an answer, so drink it down. You deserve far more than I do. Please drink the syrup before you go. I never figured myself this delivery contributed to your exhaustion.
Time to drink the syrup, I guess. Medicine's much sweeter than you were expecting. The taste is a bit much.
It is medicine, after all. Regardless of the flavor, I hope it does your body some good. That reminds me, I had your comrade Graha try some as well. He seemed quite to enjoy it. Said it was like drinking sweet ambrosia. I couldn't help but wonder what sort of medicine you'd been forced to drink before. Anyway, I'm afraid that's all I have to offer you. I swear, if Croissant doesn't compensate you properly, I might just... Well, never mind that. Please, take proper care of yourself out there.
Traveling to Soma Core. Oh my god. That's one. And for another. See, these are the missions I can do no problem. Kill the creature. I'm very good at killing creatures. Then I capture the creatures, and I've already killed like this entire family extended before I realized, oh yeah, I was only supposed to capture them. Okay. Crystal twinkles only faintly. Where could that carbuncle be? Okay, so I know the carbuncle is closer to Lagerson Gamo. Keep that in mind. That is where I'm going. Okay, I was just making sure. You need to use this lift should you wish to go to the medial circuit. Let me know when you're ready to go. Alright, let's head out. You just make sure he doesn't make any funny moves.
Yeah.
I'm watching you, squirrel, says the cat.
You think all this was happening right under our noses? Did you manage to procure the cores?
Yeah, here you go.
Splendid. Let us save our son.
Success.
Whew. All right, I think we can finally relax. The artificial sun is stable once more. Clearly, we're also enveloped in our own research that we neglected to keep an eye on the systems that allow us to live down here in the first place. I shudder to think what could have befallen us had you and my son not taken action. You have my thanks for saving us from disaster.
You did good, kid.
And I owe you something of an apology. I owe you something else, my son. An apology. I was a fool to ignore your warnings simply because of your age. It's fine, Father, really. In that case, might you be interested in helping find potential improvements for the systems that govern our son? Of course, I can think of several already. Oh. Peter, I want to thank you properly for being so helpful. Could you come and visit me again in the chalet in Hamlet?
Sure.
We're just gonna use the crystal, because that's way faster.
Hey, Ropaline.
Thank you again. Here's your reward. It's my pocket money, with an additional something from my parents.
Awesome.
I'm so happy you listened to me. I decided to trust my knowledge. I hope our paths cross again when I have become a researcher in my own right. I'll be sure to make you proud.
Awesome sauce.
Give me that money. Oh, hello again. Thanks once more for your help in sorting out the sun. I've actually got something else to ask if you're willing to hear me out. It concerns a new friend of mine, a young troll that I found wandering about these parts recently. Obviously, he's not capable of speech, but he can clearly understand me when I talk to him. You do believe me, right? Oh, that's Shaggles. What a peculiar name. Well, that makes me explaining the situation much easier. I last saw him by Lagostone Alpha. Let's go and see if he's still there. Swale scene. All finished then? She works herself too hard, that wolf saw me. The medicine I sent her should be good for her. Now, I look at you. You don't look too well yourself. Are you feeling all right? She made me drink the medicine. What? She gave the syrup to you. Well, if that cured her up, I suppose it's as good as any medicine. In any case, you should know something as thanks for your help. Well, I'm glad by drinking medicine I made her feel better. I think that's how that works, apparently. Speak with Shaggles as they're thick as thieves. Hey there, Shaggles. I've been searching all over for you, you know. Since last we met, I've decided to use magics to improve my vocalization. For that girl, I've read my fair share of tomes on the subject. Seems your kind are capable of making your vocal cords vibrate thanks to your ability to breathe through your mouths. Alas, we trolls are incapable of doing so. However, I managed to adapt a wind-aspected spell to enable me to communicate properly. Not that there's anything wrong with my nasal gurrs, mind you. I'm not gifted enough to activate the spell on my own, so I've set out in search to help you once more. It's then that I bumped into this clever child. What happened to the buffoon? He wouldn't have been any help, so I left without him. Clearly, I made the right choice. While I might not be able to speak with this boy, I still managed to bring you to me. You can understand what he's saying? Well, that's simply amazing. I knew he had to have some way of communicating. I gather he knows a thing or two about Aether as well. Would you mind telling him what I just told you? Pretty girl? Yeah, he's trying to, talk. So that's what he's been trying to tell me about. Of course, I'll do my best to help. The wind aspect of the Aether vented by the earthen reactor ought to help. If we fiddle with the reactor settings just a little bit, you should be able to create your own blustery vortex out of the stuff. That should be all you need to cast your spell. See, I got an eye for people. Now, take it to this reactor. Right this way. Alright. And see, now that I know where that crystal is, I can stop just spamming the crystal here, because I know it's not here, it's down south. Helps to know where something is. Well, at least when I know where something is, I know where it isn't. A lot better. test here to see how big of a net we have. If it reacts here, I will know that we're talking about a very big area that'll react. Pieter, what are you doing out here? I was looking for you, actually. Now, I don't mind if you help with the boxes, but it's far from the most exciting of tasks. Are you sure? Sure. Well, I do appreciate the assistance. We need to get these to Aporia. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples, so not to be too rough with them. Alphino should be waiting for us when we arrive. I'll see you there. We'll deliver the cater samples to Alphino. We have 3 minutes. Okay. Keep heading this direction. Make your crate of stuff off, you know. Oh, you're helping with the crates. Oh, wonderful. You can put that there with the others. You have my gratitude, but how did you come to be involved in this? Oh, Alice asked for help. And I suppose I have Thancred to thank as well. If you're wondering why we were tasked with bringing these boxes to Alpoi to begin with, so was I. It turns out this is the base of operations of sorts. Those were the final say, as what we included in the ship's manifest can be found here. The father included, I suspect. Well, this should be everything. You carried all that at once. Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh, hush, they're lighter than they look. Not everyone has your delicate arms. I suppose you should let someone know that you finished. Duffness is in the courtyard. We can report to him. Now, why don't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance, at least. Considering where we are, might even get to learn something interesting. What are you going to do? All right. Okay, look, must be elsewhere. Okay, so we've narrowed it down quite a lot then. That's rather close to that other area I was in. The more I do these readings and I don't see Heart Carbuncle nearby, the closer it ends up being to the forge area. Hey there, Ropaline. I'll be back in a bit. I just need to go tinker with the reactor settings. I learned all about this when I was coming up with ways to better the systems for the artificial sun. That's good. Hold on. I think our wind-aspected aether vortex should pop up somewhere to the west. Keep your wits about you. There's every chance a high concentration of aether will attack fiends. We don't have any means of protecting ourselves, so we'll need your help. Let us know when you're ready. Sure. I can do that, no problem. Westward go. Shadows of Repent now accompany you. Keep them at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave your quest companions behind by entering a different area or by speaking with them and selecting the option to part ways. If you wish to have your companions join you again, return and speak with them at the original location. Yes, I just read that entire tutorial again. I'll put some beast repellent down. More beast repellent. And our last beast repellent. Alright, now let's go fight. Needs to be up. The wind aspect of the aether current. So what's up, this, huh? Let me give it a go then. That's the voice he used to this guy earlier. Yes, kitty.
Ahem. Girl, can you hear me? Brilliant. I can finally talk.
How wonderful. There's so much I want to talk to you about. Oh, Father, what brings you here?
Well, this is my favorite buffoon. How'd you know I'd be here?
You can speak? Oh, even your voice is adorable. Pleasure to see you again. I was just looking for my boy. I have something of great importance to impart upon him. It's a pleasure for me as well. I've been wanting to speak with Shaggles myself, and now he can reply. In that case, why don't you all join me at Charlie and Hamlet? That's something I'd like you to meet. Someone I'd like you to meet. Oh, yes. It is. A very intelligent one who was talking to me and only me. No one else could understand him.
And now they can?
And now they can. Oh, cat. Stop trying to ruin Anna's chair. Oh, he is so frisky right now. Hey, watch the claws. Look, he's like, I'm gonna play. I'm a fearsome beast. Fear me. What he really wants is he wants to go outside and eat that squirrel. That's what he wants.
I'll bet he'll run away in fear the moment it first finds him.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He would enjoy the game. The squirrel would not enjoy the game. And then Smokey would not enjoy the game as the squirrel fought him. Sounds like you've helped my son yet again. You have my thanks. So what is all this about? Alas, that's not for me to explain. We have someone here from the studium who will do the honors instead. Meow. Yes, that would be me. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I come bearing a message for you two from the Scarlet himself.
You mean myself and Vopaline?
Correct. Master Volpelin and Master Shackles, was it? Ahem. Would you two perchance be interested in pursuing an education at the studio? One of your recent accomplishments has reached us, and we're all most impressed by your abilities. It would be an honor to welcome you to our institution and help nurture your talents while providing you with ample opportunities to learn.
I can hardly believe my ears, but I'm not about to turn down the chance of a lifetime. Of course I'll enroll. What's the matter, Vopaline?
So what's the matter, Vopaline? You've more than proved yourself ready to face greater intellectual challenges, to leave Labyrinthos and expand your horizons. It's just, Labyrinthos is all I've ever known. How can I be sure I'll succeed out there? I know. Oh, dang it. I know you got what it takes. I meant to do the other one. Yes, I know, Kitty. Thank you for trying to reassure me. Only, I don't know anyone there.
Well, what are you talking about? You know me, don't you?
This cat. Don't tell me you plan to spend your whole life in a fishbowl. There's a whole world out there to explore. Says the troll who's never even left Labyrinthos either.
Silence, buffoon.
All right, you've convinced me. I'll go.
Oh man, the timing.
I know, right? Splendid. Now there's just a few sheaves of paperwork to get to take care of, so I need to borrow your guardians for a bit.
None of this would have happened if we hadn't met, would it?
Mm-hmm. I never would have gotten this opportunity or made such a wonderful new friend without you. Thank you, I really mean it.
Farewell.
All right. Give me that money. I do like this place a lot. Chilean is very much my kind of place. But I mean, it fits with Pieter's aesthetic, is what I'm trying to say.
But everything's white colored?
Everything's white colored. He's very focused on like learning and like not fighting with swords and like trying to smart things out, and it's very, very much in line with Charlayan. Thank you both for your cooperation. I'll hand the payment to our lunar friend here, so she might do full job experience. Oh, and I'll throw in some apples for Mega's ergonomics too. Enjoy.
Oh, a new food to try. Let's head back up the stairs and eat them together.
I'll see ya.
You'd rather have carrots.
I would. Peter's like, could you get any more of them carrots of happiness? I can quit anytime. I need a little bit more.
Time to munch on these apples. They look delicious, don't they? I prefer carrots.
Noms.
Oh my, they don't just look delicious, they are delicious. Oh, they might be even better than carrots.
Yeah, don't get ahead of yourself.
This place was... Yes, I thought this place would be just like Marrow Elementorum since it's all artificial, but I guess I was wrong. I was wrong about a lot. Even after everything Organje told me to expect, and I learned so much at my job. I think I want to try another one. Oh, before I forget, here's your share of our payment. Thank you for your help.
Sure thing. Alright. This one is away from everything else, so let's head this direction. We'll fast travel to the Archaeon. Hold a moment. I know you. You're Pieter, the famous adventurer, are you not? To what do I owe the honor?
I've completely forgotten why I'm here.
Oh, my mother's busy, you say. That's most disheartening to hear. I wanted to tell her in person that she is now the grandmother and newly made. My wife was born as a healthy baby. I had written to share news that we were expecting, but not that she had given birth. I had hoped to see the look on my mother's face when I told her of the happy event. It's quite all right. No, honestly, it is. She works tirelessly for the good of all. I can hardly blame her for being unable to come running at a moment's notice. It makes me proud, in fact. I think she's so important she can't even spare a moment to see me. Hopefully she can spare a moment for this, though. We give her this portrait to her. It's of me, my wife, and our newborn, her grandchild. Now then, I must be off. There is work to be done, and I'm sure my mother would be proud to know her son is following in her hard-working footsteps.
Sure thing.
On a year. As we got an offer, all of it surplus, mind you. Gleaners are working non-stop to keep Labyrinthos stocked, which is certainly good for both your equipment and my bottom line. Let's travel back to the Charlene Hamlet. What fortuitous timing. I'm only just arrived myself. So, what news for my son? What was it he was so eager to give me?
Here's a family portrait.
Is this... Oh, goodness, it is, isn't it? It's a portrait of my family. His family. And it includes my grandchild. Oh, cherubic and darling. Oh, there's no baby so beautiful in all the world. Oh, this has put a fire under me, I dare say. If I hadn't reasoned enough before me, then surely this child will keep me motivated to continue my research. I'll make sure this little bundle of joy has a world in which they can grow up happy and hale. Ah, it made me happier than you could possibly know. Thank you. Truly, it isn't much I grant you, but here, something for your pains.
Oh, my pain.
Okay. Let's see if we can't find this freaking crystal. I know it's on the other side of the forge.
Thanks for making this trip for me there, monkey. It's been hard for me to do by myself. Well, over here we'll talk to the forge people. Don't filter yourself. Thanks.
What?
The name of the quest, Don't Filter Yourself. Yeah, perhaps going into work was not the best decision after all. It's a very poor health indeed, and likely requires the medicine you were provided. Here's a flex-color filter for you, buddy. Well. Oh my, that's much better. Thank you kindly, stranger. A weakness came over me quite suddenly. No doubt caused by the thinning of the blood or some such. Medicine is one of my wife's creations, is it not? I would know her alchemy anywhere. That must mean she enlisted your help to see it brought to me, yes? Mm-hmm. Yeah, she insisted that I bring it right to you. I thought as much. So little gets past my better half. Though I did my best to hide my fatigue. I myself am a researcher from Thambazurian. That interests you, does it? Well, then, you'll get a kick out of this. We are currently developing a new sort of alloy, which at the molecular level contains psychosensitive materials such as dark matter. The wonders we could work with such a marvelous metal. Imagine how much tighter controls could be were we to fit it into a cockpit. But I'm getting ahead of myself. At any rate, our work is reaching its crescendo. I wouldn't dare miss even so much as a day of it. Would you be so kind as to tell my wife there's no cause for concern? All she need know is that this filter works wonders. Cool beans. Crystal twinkles only faintly. Where could that carbuncle be? Alright, let's head to Loginston Gamma. Crystal glimmers warmly. Carbuncle's not here, but you may be on the right track. Derek Gelatin, huh? Glimmers warmly. Carbuncle's not here, you may be on the right track. We'll done to this crystal and then we'll check and see. Menu home place. Alright.
faintly. Okay. So it is somewhere in this zone. In Magista Gamma and the one right beside it. But first, let's have a talk with Alfino. I keep thinking when I've seen him somewhere, but I cannot for the life of me remember where. Hey there, Theobaldin. Gods, it never ends, does it? What can I do for you? We bought samples from Charlene Hamlet, Series 110. The crates are by the entrance. Oh, thank you. I expected one of my colleagues was dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment. You are Fortunal's children, are you not? Alfino and Alice at your service. You're well acquainted with Father, I take it? Quite. I've been friends with your parents since before our days at the studium. I remember when you were all yay high, waddling hither and thither. Clearly, it's been quite some time since last we met. It is good to see you again, reading your father's novels, no less. Your parents were never young. What were they like? Pray, spare no detail. I should like nothing more than regale you. Alas, I am meant to be in charge here. It reams of paperwork want for submission. Now, we can help with that. In exchange for all sorts of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. Very well, then. There happen to be 3 sets of documents in need of delivery. How about each of you take one? Wait right here. You'll find the foreign representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. I hope I haven't kept her waiting too long. Never mind Alfino and Alice. I'm certain they'll be back soon enough. Well, I'm off to go look for Carbuncle. Let's look around the outer edge. Once we looked on the inner edge, got as far as we could there. Let's look on the outer edge and see what we can find here. Crystal shines brilliantly. The carbuncle must be nearby. Okay. Warmly. Okay, so we were closer back up there. Good eye. Carbuncle peers at you anxiously, not letting its guard down. Perhaps it would let you pick it up if you soothe it first. Here, there, little guy. You'll be fine. Carbuncle visibly calms, allowing you to cradle it in your arms. As if we will, Guy. Alright, fast traveling we go. You spoke with my husband then, did you? How was he? Was he as unwell as I feared? He was in terrible health, just as you expected. I just knew it. What was that man thinking, to fight through such illness all while he can... What? Go to work? Honestly? It's all well and good to wholly commit oneself to one's profession, but to do so at the expense of one's health? That's beyond the pale. He'll be getting an earful from me, that much I can assure you. I shudder to think what would become of my husband had you not stepped in when you did. It was a trifle compared to what you deserve. I offer you this, to thank you for your help. Hey, we leveled up. Alright. That's an aging time. Oh, yeah. Hey there, researcher. Did you find the carbuncle? Here it is. Thank goodness. Or rather, thank you. As I said, they found the poor thing alone in the countryside, wandering the mountains of northern Lanasha, I believe. It should have vanished as soon as its master dismissed it, though it's possible the command was never given. In which case, it should theoretically persist until the aether that forms it is consumed, but for that reserve to last long enough for the entity to grow wild. An immensely talented arcanist must have summoned it, but I wouldn't give to meet someone that powerful. Researching this little creature should let me some fascinating data indeed. Thank you again for retrieving it for me. Oh, anytime. Glad I could help.
Seems like those things typically kind of stick around and go wild, huh?
Meh. She enlisted me to look for it because it was so unusual that it would stick around as long as it did.
Do you remember seeing the one Anita saw?
A carbuncle?
Uh-huh. Sometimes there's a carbuncle just chilling on top of one of the tables. And it belongs to no one.
I do not remember that. I'm sure it's there. I don't remember seeing it.
Sometimes it's not there, but sometimes it is there.
I am looking for a reserve representative. There it is. Hey there. I'm not one of the signs of the Seventh Dawn. I thought you were meant to be working in the Aether, brother. I have a document for you. It's signed. Talpin's paperwork? I was beginning to worry he'd misplaced his quill. I appreciate your help in seeing these documents into my hands at last. As for your other task, pray keep this between us, but I sincerely hope your science succeed. The Exodus is, without a doubt, the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum, and so we must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, Charlaine has ever been a nation of the curious. 'Twould be a tragedy indeed if we were the ones to stymie your pursuit of the truth. Alright, well, I am going to take another potty break, and then we will continue with the main plot. Alright, just a moment. let's continue. Quick and efficient. I dare say you have a talent for this work. The twins' papers only needed to be delivered to elsewhere in the facility, so they should be returning in a moment. We return, with not a scrap of paperwork remaining on our persons, you'll note. You both have my thanks, and my apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. Why, even as a babe you struggled out of your swaddling clothes, and... That is quite enough of that, thank you. It was compromising stories of our parents that we wished to hear, to reiterate. Of course, of course. I've known your father for so long. I must have something. Well, as you know, part of why the Lavalier name garners such respect in Charlayan is your family's storied history. You too can trace your ancestry directly to those who came aboard Nofrim's Hope, a lineage few can claim. I've never thought much of it myself. It's not as though our forebears founded the nation. They're simply there when it happened. Nevertheless, it has traditionally been a point of pride. That's why Nofrim's pronouncement, renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason, has ever been our family's creed. Until your grandfather's time, Alcon Louis Soir looked not to Nofrim's words, but his deeds. He asserted, in defiance of his peers, that choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tides was a true mark of the founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy, and the fall of civilizations, which led him to conclude that to eschew comfort, at every turn, was to consign mankind to his doom. While there will ever be conflict, and calamity will follow, thus, to ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. You remember his words well. Indeed, Archon Louis Soir lived by that personal creed, and used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need. Charlayan and now. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yet, Fortunal could not reconcile Louis Soir's deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers, a philosophy in which he believed so fervently, yet made a pariah of his father. Fortunal agonized over this contradiction for most of his life. God's father. A son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. And is it not always thus? Gods know Fortunal's cranky old goat, but I'm sure you butt heads often enough. Yet, even so, you must know that you are constant. You must know that you are constantly in his thoughts, every moment of every day, and that is not an exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born, barely recognizable he was, with a kind of dumbfounded grin. I had not seen since he first took a fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it, he loves you both to an embarrassing degree. But he's also frustratingly single-minded. Once he's decided that a given action is the best, he will stay the course no matter who or what opposes him. A profoundly annoying habit when you're on the other end of it, as I'm sure you'll agree. I'll say. Thank you for your insight. When next we meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. I'll try not to get me into too much trouble now. I need the forum on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I have to make sure those specimens you brought make it to their proper places, or the cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak again later. How's that? Hail, you three. Graha, surely Coco has driven you out of the forge already. For better or worse, no. However, he has sent me to a task that requires more than my single pair of hands. And here you are. I could use at least one of you, if you don't object to more. Unfortunately, Alessaya and I have prior commitments. We've delayed too long as it is. What about you, Peter? Can you spare the time? Sure. Oh, perfect. This shouldn't take long. Marvelous. The Vendelar, and I quote, promised heap of adamantine, falls right out of the bloody sky and into my lap. Master Kokol wishes to be ready to put the proverbial hammer to anvil at a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames of Kokol's forge to burn hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of aether being funneled to its furnaces. The flow of fire aspect of aether to Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here, to which I have borrowed the key. The adjustment will require 2 people to carry it out safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive. This is the very part, then. We'll see you in Chilean Hamlet once the adamantite arrives, and not before. Indeed. This way, then. Yeah, let's go. All right. Right, girl, what do you need? The reactor is housed within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and adjust the fire aspect of the aether. When I do, a rather large amount of water aspect of the aether will issue from the vent at the top. I expect this will attract a few elementals, which would rather both not be drawn into the reactor itself, trust me. Could I ask you to put down any that draw too near? That does you little trouble, I'm sure. Sure, I can take care of that. Wait here, if you would. Alright, time to red mage it. I was lured by the siren song. The aether reaction. Further creatures have been attracted by the flow of aether. I don't see them. That's a problem. There they are, okay. Further creatures have been attracted to the font of aether. Alright, taken care of. Now we'll just wait here. Did everything go smoothly out here?
Oh yeah, went pretty well.
I thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside either. And the water aether appears to be venting properly. I expect Coco will have seen a difference in its forge flames by the time I return. Since I have you, there's another matter I thought to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. Part of this I shared with everyone, yet you, and only you, have been to Elpis.
What do you need?
As we've established, refined adamantite is a product of Alag. Of the Empire's twilight years, in fact. It was a material which saw much use as part of Alagin's efforts to extend beyond the bounds of this world. Dalamud, of course, being the most prominent. Of those who would push further, expand Alag's empire to encompass the heavens and the stars above, perhaps the greatest was this infamous technologist, Ammon.
Oh yeah, I met him. He's a jerk. Does he remember his life as Hermes?
I believe he had his own reasons. There's no evidence to suggest that he retained memories of his former life. He only joined the Ascians once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea with such fervor? This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls like minds have a personality, so to speak, a natural disposition towards that which they're inclined? We know with relative certainty that it was the gross decadence and inexorable decline of Alag that moved Ammon to resurrect Emperor Zandi. The Empire's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. In facilitating Zandi's return, Ammon provided those languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had not Zandi been convinced that by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Ammon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means to the same end, to instill the people with new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Ammon was appalled by how those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning, and both of them sought that meaning, that hope, in the distant stars. Such is my theory, anyway. Ultimately, it's the consequence of their actions which matter. Their motives are of no moment. And yet, to reach those stars on wings of adamantine, to travel to the ends of creation and beyond, with the promise of hope everlasting, that much I do understand. But enough musing for now. Why don't we go see how Coco's getting on?
All right. All right, well, it's scholaring time.
Yeah, Coco Dunkle. Whew. I can feel those flames ablazing from here. Glad you found something capable, Dry. But there's not much left for you to do. Unless you can conjure up that refined adamantite any faster.
I'll do it as fast as we can, but yeah, it'll probably take a minute.
I do trust you to deliver on your promise, I do. Only, I hate waiting. I want that adamantite, and I want it now. We share your patience, I assure you. Is there truly nothing else we can assist with in the meantime? I wish. The sitting about's unbearable. I pity the forum frowns on recreational explosions. Well, so long as they can't prove it was premeditated, get you gone. I have mistakes to make. Well, in that case, I suppose I should go return the key to the reactor. I'll have one more look to make sure that nothing has gone wrong, unintentionally or otherwise. I'm certain there are no better uses for your time, however. I'll join you at the chalet in Hamlet anon.
So the Hamlet. To be or not to be? Wait, no, that was an earlier mission.
If you wait here, your companions are bound to turn up sooner or later.
Now let's wait for them.
Pads of adamant.
All set,
Type.
I take it?
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals. Trivial tasks as they may be.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
Indeed.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
We still have one last area to go.
Had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Loperates, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have for the most part been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Cryo. Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
All right, let's go.
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news.
What is it?
A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbor. Your presence is requested, with all speed.
What's the problem?
Now, where might this delivery be? Oh.
I'm sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
By the 12! Surely, these can't all be.
Alleganor.
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
You asked and we delivered.
And more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Sounds like the sorry whinging of a sore loser. And a hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalamud shard.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance. Furthermore, 'twas my contacts that enabled us to enlist the cooperation of the Sky Pirates.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due, you did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
Quite.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
My, what a grand welcome party.
Hancock
Wait.
and Saraban.
We come bearing relics both sacred and Allegan, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of Rayson Temple. 'Twas passing fortunate that Senri's dango craving brought us to Kugane. We arrived precisely as Hancock was making his arrangements.
Nice.
Upon learning of your need, we made haste back to Hell's Lid, with our dango, never fear, and consulted with the other auspices. All consented to the lending of Tenzin's legendary Phoenix Blade for this noble cause.
Nice.
Suzaku and Seiryu were nevertheless worried that it might be lost in transit, however, and insisted upon accompanying me to Onakoru, where I had intended to entrust it to our Confederate allies. I thought instead to give it over to Hancock when we chanced to cross paths yet again. But alas, Seiryu remained ill at ease, and ordered me see the blade into your hands personally, or die trying.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time. Fortunately, our majestic associates have been more than helpful. 'Tis an honor to join the Warrior of Light on another adventure, they tell me.
Nice. Went to other raid series.
That's
Hey,
all
tried.
Wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenard Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability.
Hey, Rednetta, how you doing?
The
Welcome.
entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
We funded the venture. When?
Don't let the name fool you. This coin keeper knows a thing or two about spending. When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount.
Nice. Well done, Tataru.
We also have the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement. She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. We even had coffers to fill.
Come in. No.
Mother!
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were neat. We can hardly take them with us on your teeny tiny toy boat, now can we? And 'twould be a shame to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent. Waste
No, it's not
not.
keeping an eye on the bank accounts. Yes. That's funny.
However did you manage so much in so short a time, though? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Yeah, we asked for a little bit of Allegan metal, just enough to power the reactors, and they gave us all of it on Earth. That's all
Did
of
I
it.
not tell you I have my ways?
Hey!
Erenville, you were involved too.
I received a letter from Cryle after we parted ways in Labyrinthos. She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are.
Nice. Yeah, this is like, we need a requisition of gold, and they're like, say no more, fam, and they just provide us all the gold. All of it. Okay, then.
I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlotte. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it.
But I mean, if you're facing the end of the world, that would be the time to gather all of the gold.
Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions, to combat the obliteration of those countless undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters. Though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed.
Yeah, these are the best moments when everyone comes together, like the liberation of Doma. Yeah, I mean, this is the cool stuff. Someone had compared Endwalker to me, like, to Endgame from Avengers. And, I mean, the comparison fits. It's very much a, hey, all those little bitty tasks you've been doing forever for all of these games, we're just going to bring them all together and have a nice little bow on it for you. I was like, nicely. Nice, I appreciate it.
To make a long story short, the whole of the guild ship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
So, man, so you had no choice, bro. That's the problem. See, is that I have the entire world working on my side, and you're one little piddly, no, we won't be interfered with. It's like, yeah, sorry. People ask which one is the best expansion. Standalone, I love Shadowbringers the most, but Endwalker's so impactful, especially with it all coming back. Yeah. So my favorite wasn't Shadowbringers. My favorite was Heavensward, but Endwalker's kind of creeping up there. It's like, I don't know. I really like Heavensward a lot, but Shadowbringers is, Shadowbringers is good. I liked Heavensward better. Endwalker's catching up. I'm hyped. I hope you play a bit today. Oh yeah, should be fun. There's a certain bit I'm coming up to. Nice.
What's this about a ship that can fly to the moon?
Hey there, Sid. We've been talking about Sid earlier, yes.
And why didn't you mention it sooner?
Right.
The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
Yeah, that was the very first person we thought of. It's like, Sid. Obviously, Sid. Obviously.
Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship.
Ah, we got Alpha.
Oh, I nearly forgot. We stopped by Whirlint before coming here and picked up a package from Gaius.
This is just all of the little rewards, all of the little those little rewards for you complete a task. Oh, here's a reward for this task. Here's a reward for this task. Here's a reward for this task, and they're all coming in a torrent, and I love it. I'm here for it. This is great.
He's still of the mind that actions make for better penance than words, contrite or otherwise, so we offer none of the latter. What he sent is an Allegan relic Valens used in his weapons experiments. Has a fair bit of refined adamantite in it, too.
It impacted me hard, but for my friend who'd played since 2.3, it was a decade of payoff. Yeah, right? This has been a year for me. And this is a year payoff, and it feels really good.
Like us not
But yeah,
suspect,
decade.
We've also brought adamantite for Mordona's Dalamud shard.
This is a really freaking cool bit here that we're going through, because you have the earlier liberation, and then this is some good crap.
I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Quoll's message. So few scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshire's treasure hunters, not least among them.
Nice.
I know. How the Gobbyflock fought. Slowfix's gratitude for the safe return of his daughter has not waned, and he gathered his kin to our side with an astounding quickness. The clash between their machina and the Allagan defences was a sight to behold. I wager even you would have been impressed by the magnitude of the Gobby booms.
Gobby booms.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat not have more pressing concerns?
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution.
Indeed.
That, and I am indebted to you.
Yeah. This is when gaming hits its pinnacle. Is when you have callbacks with rewards that you didn't see immediately, but you get later on. This is like when in Mass Effect 3, it's like you have all of these peoples that you've befriended, and now they're all helping toward that end goal. This is like that, where it's just like, oh, here you go, boom, 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 boom. This is great. This is great. This might actually have passed Heaven's Word.
Though they chose to take their leave of
good.
Thavnair, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere. Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent. Ashdai's answer was silence, as ever. Tiamat and Chrisvelgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion. My sire, too, stirred from his slumber long enough to speak and say, very well. Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
This is good stuff.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself along.
All right. You are the expert.
Bugger me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again.
Right.
Forget a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no, 10, no, 14 bleeding percent. Think of how far we could go. What we could do with that much power. What we could blow up.
There's the dwarven aesthetic.
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the science end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
So you asked for 6, and we gave you 14. Is that enough?
Yes, Father?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it. The lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility.
To save all, not some.
Do you understand? And are you prepared?
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none.
Mm-hmm.
We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
We have been to the moon, yes. Enjoyed the music there greatly. How you doing, Empty? It's been a while. The moon was earlier in this game. We're at level 88. Pudding way! Yes, pudding way! Yes, we have helped Pudding find some pudding. And Pudding Way was very much enjoying the pudding. Yeah, it was good stuff. Yep, good stuff. Welcome, Empty. Yeah, I am basking in payoff right now. This is we just had like 30 minutes of just payoff. Hey, all these missions you've been doing, payoff. It's been nice.
Then I will bear it with you. I beg you, share your struggles with me. As family.
Okay, I'm tearing up, actually.
You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born.
Oh, it's gonna get me crying.
I thought my heart might burst. It was love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming. And a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great Exodus would succeed, must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisoix openly decried Charlian's policies. A perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older, yet even as part of me thought him a fool. Perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing, when he perished at Cartano. As we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream. You have earned the right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
This music, though.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures. Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to?
Amelians. Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well. I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger.
Can't do that on their own.
Yours, in particular.
Yes, I accept that blame.
I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
If we finish loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Perhaps you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You've no small number of friends and admirers here, after all.
The silent protagonist.
Mm-hmm. I'm so nervous to speak in front of people. A moment of triumph is close at hand.
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
Let's keep calm, carry on.
That's right. We got this. We finally managed to clear the harbor, which means the rest is in the engineer's capable hands. Boy, it took all day, huh? Meanwhile, Father has issued to us an invitation. As was agreed, he will reveal the means by which Hydaelyn may be contacted. We are to meet him in Aporia when we're ready. Given the vital knowledge she holds, I suggest we leave without delay. It transpires, however, that the forum's method for speaking with her is not without risks. I'm curious to hear what those might entail. But regardless, be warned. Many of those who arrived with the adamantite will have offered to stay and see to any remaining tasks that need doing. The forum has already asked for my assistance in overseeing the process, so we needn't worry about the thing. Thank you, Tataru. We're off to Aporia, then. Let's do it. Bye.
Secretary wins.
Yep. Your marks will be available once you've fulfilled certain conditions within the main scenario quest for Endwalker, which apparently has not happened yet. Alright. Hey there, Dickon. Welcome. What will you be having today? Oh, it's you, Peter. As it happens, Alice also came by recently. Busy as she was, she wanted to let me know that she's patching things up with her father. I truly am happy for her. But speaking of busy, I'm quite short of hands on this shift. As much as I hate to bother you, could you deliver an order for me? It's a pair of salad sandwiches for an elderly gentleman at Ox Landing. He's a Lalafell with a distinguished air, so you can't miss him. My thanks in advance. A distinguished Lalafell, huh? sandwiches and pretzels. Oh, you're one of the Scions, aren't you? Peter, I believe. 'Tis a pleasure to meet your acquaintance. Now, what might I do for you?
I have a salad sandwich, whatever that is.
Ah, the sandwiches. How very kind of you to bring them. The Last Stand serves up many scrumptious dishes. Their sandwiches have always been my favorite. My son, meanwhile, is partial to the pretzels. When I was young, I attended the studium. Louis Soir was a classmate of mine, a kindred spirit in the study of magic, and we inspired each other to greater heights. After I completed my studies, I continued conducting research and eventually became a professor. I married and had a family. I settled down. Such a life wasn't for Louis Soir, who was on the road more often than not. My son grew to admire him and went on to become his pupil and earned his Archon's mark. This is about Papa now. To see him set forth to fight for Eorzea beside Louis Soir filled me with pride. Yet so too did I worry, as any parent would. In the end, he gave his life for his cause. So strongly did I believe in it. And having now seen his comrades fighting tirelessly to protect our star, I have come to understand whence came his conviction. Ah, but listening to me blathering on. I know you're a busy man, so I shall let you go. Thank you, not only for the sandwiches, but also for standing with my son to the last. Ah, my Lord Pieter, what good fortune you should grace us now. We are now planting flowers, if you would perchance join us. 'Tis part of the Lady Alameliance's efforts to beautify our fair city, you see, which in turn is part of her wider civic contributions. Were you to help with a plant or two, my mistress would surely be delighted.
I'd be glad to assist.
Marvelous. Marvelous. Though the world has become an uncertain place, it is in such times most of all that people have need for cheer. Would you not agree? With that settled, permit me to furnish you with some bulbs. As you go about planting them, you may notice other helpers here and there. Do feel free to have a chat with them. Man, if only I had any chance to solve those riddles that I was given. We are now planting these flowers.
Begging your pardon, but you're Peter Cronin's, yes? Oh, I've heard all about you.
Saying that we're all family, Lady Amelia shares her contents with her children's letters, you see. And how they write about you. Oh, I've never had the pleasure before, but this feels like meeting an old friend. To not only meet you at last, but to have you plant flowers with us besides? It truly is an honor. On behalf of my fellow servants, allow me to thank you for being such a great friend to Master Alphino and Mr. Salisay. Man, this is a lovely fantasy, having rich people do nice things. You're one of the Scions of the Seven Dawn, are you not? I've seen you at the Baldestian Annex. Well now, what a great honor it is to meet you. We're students at the stadium, you see, and the Levellier twins were our seniors. And that despite being years younger than us, that everyone, to be admitted at the tender age of 11, they're prodigies of the rarest sort. Their graduation thesis and deeds of the world, an inspiration to us all. And to meet one of our legendary comrades in the flesh, it's moving beyond words. We often hear tales about the Scions. Like your fellows, we hope to leave our little island one day and do great things. When that day comes, perhaps I'll see you again, somewhere out there.
Perhaps.
Here we are at journey's end. Ah, finished planting the bulbs. Wonderful. In time they'll grow into beautiful mammalia lilies, a symbol of safe travels. Upon learning of this in her children's letters, Lady Ameliance took to planting the lilies in the hope that no harm would befall them and their beloved comrades. We humble servants share in that hope. Wherever your path may take you, know that you are ever in our thoughts. Yeah, I know. My computer fell asleep. I love you too, Kitty. Hey, you can't just take my arm. Yeah, I love you. Not right now, Kitty. He's like, I need your affection. Oh, you're back. Did you have a chat with the customer? I did. Wonderful. The gentleman's a regular of ours, you see. When he heard that the Scions had come to Charlayan, he was beside himself with excitement. He dearly wanted to meet you, but he wasn't sure how to go about it. So when you appeared when you did, well, I thought I'd make it happen. I appreciate you going along with it. The wife thinks there's a little something on the house. Enjoy. Thanks, but I prefer cooking from the moon. Lunar cuisine, that's for me. Okay, Aporia. Oh, it's not here. Well, that would explain it. Still don't know where Aporia is, but I'm going to teleport there, so that's good enough. Peter, I've already shown the others inside. You'll want to speak with Claire Save. She has the key to the lift and can send you down after me. May I interest you in a chocobo porter? No, I just wanted to get that thing to go away. Make the indicators go away. That's what I needed. Well, if Master Fauchino yet? Just step inside the lift here. Now let's go. Yes. They spared no expense. From here we proceed to the heart of Librantos, its most closely guarded secret, Tamusium. It marks the beginning and end of our efforts, whence we delve to seek audience with the star, and whence we will embark on our journey to the heavens. This way, if you please. I've discovered a little location. What is this? is a spaceship.
Tiny toy ship?
It's the teeny tiny toy ship. I feel like I'm seeing the Normandy for the first time again. I bid you welcome to Thalmusium. Direct your attention toward its center to behold the ark over which we have long labored. It's a space shuttle. As you can see, it was designed as a medium-sized craft, the better to reduce fuel consumption. Miniaturizing magics have been applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust-to-weight ratio does not place too great of a limitation on its freight capacity. The afterburner, as you know, has been removed for further modification, but we shall reattach it soon enough. I have received word from Kokol, and several of your allies are working on it with an intense fervor. To be sure they see it done, 'twas by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will not afford us much time for speaking with Heidelin ere they finish. Point taken. Let us move on. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of our device, to treat with her is not a simple feat. I've done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? We've leveled up to level 89. Fish bread. Yes, fish bread. I much prefer the carrots. Thank you very much. We make for the lift at the center of this chamber. Come. Honestly, fish bread sounds really good to me right now, but that's only because I'm fasting in the mornings. And I'm just like, yes, anything would be nice, thank you. I can ride my chocobo in here, right? No? Okay, I'll ride this giant falcon then. The eagles. Man, if only I was playing a Lalafell, I could feel like a hobbit. As you all know, alongside our physical world exists an ethereal plane, which we refer to as the ethereal sea. At the heart of the star, the physical and ethereal are one and the same. Thus, the deeper we go, the easier it is to pass between said planes. We utilize this principle in constructing the antitower, and once more here in Thalmusium. No sooner did the Forum decide that an exodus from the star would be necessary than it began work on this facility. Our work culminated in a device which allows us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea than ever before, in search of Heidelin's ever fainter echoes. The Ateoscope. And you communicate with her through this device? For a time, yes, but since the 7th Umbral calamity, it has been rare to even hear a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the center of the star than we had ever dared, beyond the Ateoscope. Even so, I can make no guarantee that you will find her, nor for your safety, not so deep in the ethereal sea. We understand, but if we're to deliver this word, we have no choice but to try. I know. I only wish we could do more than observe your progress from afar. The Ateoscope's ocular lens, by which we may peer into the ethereal sea without placing ourselves at hazard, lies above us. Through it, we can watch and guide you. Into those swirling depths there will be pockets of aether so dense and turbulent they can unravel your very soul. If we determine that you are at risk of coming into contact with such a pocket, we will recall you with teleportation magics. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with the composition of your souls remained here to assist in assessing such risk. Otherwise, there is an increased possibility that we will extract you too early or too late. That sounds like a job for Ishtola.
Please allow me. I've thought upon this much, and in truth I do not believe that I am fit to join you in the trials ahead. The events at the Tower of Babel drained me, yes, but even before that, your capabilities far outstripped my own. It's no time to have a weak link in their vanguard, no matter how much she may wish it were otherwise. If I assist in the matter of Master Foshino's laid out, however, I may still be of use. Will you trust me to do so?
I can think of none I'd trust more. Compared with that, compared to all that effort you put into keeping us alive with our souls in the first, preventing us from dissolving into aether on a single expedition ought to pose no challenge at all. And even if we did, I expect you would hunt us down and restore us to health somehow.
Oh, you flatter me, but rest assured I'll be keeping a close eye on all of you.
Sounds good. There is one more thing. Those in ages past referred to the ethereal seed as the underworld, our final resting place. In its embrace is memory washed away, leaving only the purity of one's soul. Or so we believe. Yet what are those memories? If you seek to ask what becomes of them, cast adrift on ethereal tides, some theorize they linger for some time, those associated with strong sentiment in particular. In those depths, memories of the departed may even coalesce around you, for hatred or for love. Thus do I caution you, be wary, but also have faith. Remember, those who did gladly extend a hand to you, that they may lift you up once more.
Oh, that's very foreboding.
The Ateoscope, now accessible.
I'm wondering if we'll come across Nubrita.
That'd be nice. All right. So, Ratnado, would you be interested in this particular mission, or should it go without you? Oh, there you are. Ha-ha, I found you. I was looking for you, and you were right beside me. I'm smart, I am. All right. You got the job you want? All right. Yes. Oh, I should probably get into the right job first. Alright, the telescope. Hey, look. We're ready to go. That didn't take long. It turns on whenever you have a tank and a healer. It's easy to find the DPS. Pretty much, yeah. All right. Man, Pat. I don't know what that means, but sure, why not? Oh, he's patty. I get it now. I get it now.
All seems in order with the lens, and I trust you can hear me.
Those things are pure malcontent, the residue of lives unfulfilled.
How goes it, Wafu? How goes it? Okay, good. No, we're traveling into it. Sinking implies we're out of control. Thinking, rivalry, and astericism. Alright. Oh, already on one thing, okay. Okay. Nobody's not that sloppy. Yeah, sinking arrogance. That's not good. Rushes me with when the memory of a principled scion takes form. Papamo. Oh, I missed it. I was too zoomed in from all the cutscenes. Now really undeterred. No, Lydia. Yep. Pay a little bit more attention. Currently, I'm fighting against Lydia. I've forgotten. rest of the day. Wow, I went straight from one of them into another. Gaia. Okay. Livia was the girl who's shooting people.
The ether is too dense. Oh, I'm losing you.
What?
Remember the first one? Gaia's the second in command.
Oh, okay.
From that first mission that you do over it. Yeah, the Realm Reborn. Right. Yeah, I remembered her eventually. Took me a minute. With a familiar delight, the memory of a kind-hearted knight takes form. It's Harshafon. It's funny, Harshafon has meant a lot more to me after his death than he did during his life. Which I guess that's kind of how it works, isn't it? Your life belonged to the Empire, and death I shall serve. Ratlin, the unshakable. For now. That's probably your favorite character. From Coco, everyone was down. Reminded me you weren't alone. He's a nice guy, for sure. Good rule. When in doubt, follow the people who know what's going on.
It looks like that mechanic is that someone will destroy a crystal to allow you to escape.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, I really like these sails. For guns also, not again. Okay. We're gathering a lot of enemies. Trying my best to keep us alive. Hey, Mangilia. Thanks for the help. Yep, that's on Mangilia. Oh dear. Mapping the realm. The Ithoscope.
Stubborn to the last. But this is as far as you go. Oblivion beckons!
This is the guy that got turned into Zodiark. Him on the Undying. Yes.
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far. You will persist in this folly no longer. The stage is set.
It's a really distracting time to shut off computers.
Rise for the main attraction. What a boorish audience you are!
Good game. Well done, team. Good job.
Lies! All lies! Your dreams, your hopes, your futures, delusions and lies!
Well, he's trapped in his own nightmare.
Yes, he is. Success. Go team. Thank you, Red Deal. Oh, I already have that. Awesomes. Okay, at the end of this cutscene, I will get myself some coffee. Got about 50 more minutes on the scheduled stream. I could potentially be talked into
My
the
very
afternoon stream.
essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
Okay.
Leave this to him.
Come to deal the coup de grace. Good. Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all.
Do you recall your days as Hermes?
How would you know that name?
Oh, I went back in time and I saw you and got to meet Hermione, and she was a really sweet lady. Meteon, whatever.
Then it was you. In Elpis. With Emet-Selch. The final pieces fall into place. In my halcyon days, as the mortal Ammon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true. They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos.
Indeed.
Or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. My soul. Death failed to expunge them. No matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next. I wonder, is Emet-Selch adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis?
Never know.
How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amaron in blissful ignorance. Oh, folly. But make no mistake, my life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end. I have lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair. And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth. I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world, his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall. To become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death. So I ask you, why live at all?
Just because a song's going to end sad doesn't mean it has to be a bad song.
We betray. We torment. We murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception. If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery? Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning. To live is to suffer, and I would end that suffering by my own hand. It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution! That is my truth. My answer to the question. And yet, even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt. Has my search reached its end? Was this the only way? After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
The lamentations of the damned. How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last. Van Damme, still clinging to existence, I see. You, who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls. As do I. We prisoners to men, watching as the world turns. Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, dancing to another's tune.
Is that Arsahi?
How very astute. But let me be clear, I have not come to consort with the likes of you. Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight
He's pretty
in
awful.
mankind's downfall, and the anguish it brings the savior of the savages. If I played some small part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist. But to be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos. I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance. Now you are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus, even should you be reborn. Your desperate search for answers must start again.
Next time we'll finally answer together.
Even here, even now, you have every right to hate me. For the fool I was, for the monster I became, but I will not beg forgiveness. A tale of Hermes, the man who knew so much, yet understood so little, ends here.
Don't try to follow me. I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
Always a pleasure, Mr. Drunk.
Likewise. I pray we do not meet again.
You had better hope not.
He was a fraction of Hermes' soul.
I don't know. The other guy was. I don't know about that guy. That guy's just a loser.
Come. Hydaelyn is waiting.
I think the fragmented souls were across the different worlds. I don't know. That guy was just a loser. All right. I'm going to grab some coffee before we meet with Hydaelyn. Be right back.
You forgot to mute your mic.
Or I just walked away and grabbed coffee. Didn't worry about muting my mic.
Right.
Yeah, I don't worry about muting my mic. I just go. Get this done quick. All right. Come. Hydaelyn is waiting. Go meet Hydaelyn in her hidey hole.
Brave travelers, I welcome you.
You kind of resemble a crystal tower I once knew. You look different.
I see. Thou didst journey unto Elpis. And now, the rivers of time converge. I know why you have come. Yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
To flee is but one of two paths.
What's the other path?
The other leadeth to Meteon, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem. Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute.
The world of hate.
Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught.
Right.
Meteon hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
I assumed, yeah.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it.
Well, we just need to find a way to keep them turning into, like, monsters.
Is what I might have said, once. After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear. I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless? That our only choice is to flee?
Far from it, my child. Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes. Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being, and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer, and in suffering, find strength, and purpose, and hope. As you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream, yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light. For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest. In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure. As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse. And thou, my champion, when all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey. You have all known despair, and though the end approacheth, you walk on, heads held high. Therein lieth your power, the strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Then there is a means to confront her.
How?
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy. Hark! Nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe. Should you fail, there will be no second chance. As the will of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you doth crumble? Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself?
Certainly try.
Should you lack the strength to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return. Prepare yourselves.
Right. We can't beat Heidelin and can't beat the Big Sad. Exactly.
Prove ourselves worthy, then. Sounds straightforward enough.
Yeah, I beat you once, one-on-one. Would be no
No
problem
room
with
for
the group.
confusion there.
In any case, we've come too far to back down now.
I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day. Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Let us hold nothing back.
For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Alas, the question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years. I would hear thy response, warrior of light. Shouldst thou emerge victorious?
I'll give you an answer. Eventually. The Mother Crystal, now accessible. Next question, using the duty support system, you have the opportunity to undertake this trial with a party of scions. Yes, yes. Yes, thank you. Oh, did you have a job? Do you want me to change? Did you want to change jobs? You happy with this job, or you want a different one? Remember red mage for this fight, just in case? Alright, cool. Cool. Just so long as this was intentional. Yeah, I'm not very confident in Scholar, but we'll make it work. Red mage is good. This fight can be a little tricky. It's good to have the extra raise if needed. Well, considering that, I mean, the fight before this was Dark Inside, and that's Zodiark, and how absolutely obscenely ridiculous that fight was. Yeah. I'm just imagining a fight harder than that. This got me going. I'm sure it'll be fine. He said in the smallest voice possible. Order food? Yeah. I mean, we'll probably only have like 2 or 3 minutes, but yeah. Be right back. Get some water. More coffee. Spicy. So, Cajun would be good. You want me to pick something? What level am I now? Currently level 89. Currently level 89. Scholar slash summoner is our current leading job. I'm gonna go into Scholar. Yeah, we've almost reached it. It's going to be very close. I'm gonna probably catch up on the story. Should pop soon. Yeah, probably any minute now, right? The one I want. Good music. Great. One sweet tea sounds great. To be fair, post Endwalker is probably a lot. As I recall, it was a lot of stuff. I'm going to be mostly caught up when Dawn Trail hits. Mostly. You get that momentum from Endwalker to Dawn Trail. Nice. It's time for the Mother Crystal. And then it'll be break for lunch, and then come back if wife talks me into it. Although you could probably talk me into it too. I don't know. If you're very interested in seeing what I'm watching me watch, you'll say. Yeah, there's like another 1.5 to 2 hour bunch that's good to get out of the way, momentum killing, but nah. Yeah. After that, another 5 to 6 after, and then you'd be premium. Well, see, I have 8 hours scheduled tomorrow. So, 6 plus 2 fits in really well.
I, the last of my kind, shall test thee.
Just has to look so in.
Come,
right?
Prove thy worth.
Do the next little section, like 1.5 hours. We'll see. We'll see.
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate?
Got a somehow even more epic version of Answers playing right now.
A change of arms. May the test continue. We're near or far.
Ooh.
And now this.
Out. Okay.
Light unyielding.
Hey, I got another scholar with me. Couple scholar bros. Himikar Desafi.
By blade. We're near or far.
It's a bad time to... Thank you, I noticed. Yeah, it's a bad time to sit down with my coffee.
By blade.
Hard.
Crystals of light. To me. Here.
Like, hey, you know what'd be really funny? Not my body. My controller. You know what'd be really funny is if the controller just stopped working.
The sorrow at hope's demise. Think. And find your way in the darkness.
I feel like I should heal, feel, or think at some point in this battle.
Or fly, my children, and never look back. Then you are resolved. But this test is far from over.
By crystal's light. We're near or far.
That's not good. Yes, but Rathian is still around, and he's got Red Mage. Res Mage, hooray!
We're high or low.
Time to heal. Thank you, Res Mage.
Light unyielding. Refulgence eternal.
Ah, come on. No, we're saving LB3 in case there's a massive party wipe. Because in such a case, the best move would be Healer Fest.
Succumb not to fear.
Oh crap. No, we need Rathian. This is fine. Today's weather forecast. Just a little bit of light tsunamis. It's fine.
Light unyielding.
Come on, dude. Don't tell me what to do. I'll die if I want to. It's my party. Oh. Poopin'sy. Ah, we got an LB3. This is fine. I'm fine. Look at me not dead. Win. All right. Good
At
times.
last, man has the strength to.
Let's see. Very early in the game, I said, wait, is Heidelin like the final boss? I was close. Not quite the final boss, but very close.
Looks like she needs to rest a bit.
She needs a nap. Thank you so much. I got a combination. Why? Oh, you people are so nice. Way too nice.
No, this can't be happening.
Yep. Way to go. We beat Heidelin.
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment. It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
There is one thing I must ask. By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis. Having seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair.
Yay.
You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled. To deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all. Is this not true?
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I wrought. When confronted with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time. And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations, surpassed me. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you. This crystal contains the memory of Meteion's passage through the stars. Deliver it unto the Loporrits. They will guide you to her.
Hey, we just killed Heidelin. That's cool, right? You guys are not going to have any kind of problem with that?
Though they may be capable of crossing great distances, there is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse.
How many orders of magnitude is that? It's actually unfathomable how different that distance is between
We got a sense of this with Omega.
yeah, but like a difference between 1.5 light seconds and 6.4 billion light years.
And unlike Meteion, we cannot simply soar on waves of Dynamis to our destination.
And just like to reiterate, like the difference between 1 million and 1 billion is hard for us to imagine also, because 1 million seconds is like sometime last year, whereas 1 billion seconds is like 30 or 40 years ago. So if you had a basketball and tossed a 10-pound weight for the moon versus driving around the world like 1 million times. Yeah, it literally is unfathomable how big of a difference we're talking about here. But whatever, it's fine.
Indeed. To make such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether.
Quite literally.
But a solution lieth close at hand.
Magic.
Of course.
Okay. I want to hear what he says after this, of course. But crystals, Final Fantasy, right. I want to hear what he says after of course, because there is literally no of course at this point. Go ahead.
Yes, my child.
Magic.
Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized. They who have answered my call know it well. While I have remained hidden, it has become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature. The Mother Crystal, our final hope. Alas,
crystals.
I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth fall to you, my chosen. Now,
Proving ourselves? We're trying.
Words, darkness and light, despair and hope. As goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope.
And thus become the dark. Wait, sorry, I was following your logic. My bad.
I have a gift for thee. Come closer.
She's gonna bite my neck and I'll become a god? Is that how this works?
Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future of this star. Though I knew failure after failure, by recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on. Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned. Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire. As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift. Thou dost possess the crystal of Azum, yes?
I got one of those, yeah.
Heidelin, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. The laws which impart stability to existence itself. I will weave this self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless. Use it wisely, for it will not last indefinitely. As thou hast seen on thy journey through the ethereal sea, souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance.
Did she just give him the power of creation?
Seems that way.
It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Azum's invocations and give them life. So keep them close. But pray, remember this.
So the gummy.
When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's original bearer. With that, my work is finished.
Have a good rest.
Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. Teach her a brighter melody. Show her our journey is far from over.
We will find our way, Renat.
Of this, I have no doubt. For yours is a light brilliant beyond measure. Long after I have gone, though not even my soul remaineth, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
Okay, it's good crap. All right, so I'm gonna drop my Discord in case anyone wants to hang out there or check with stuff. I will drop a message if I am going to be back after lunch. We'll see. I'm not planning on it, but it might happen. All right. Trials completed? Yep. This was good stuff. All right, so I will definitely be streaming tomorrow. Nice, thanks. I will possibly be streaming this afternoon. Let's see. We'll see. I can get talked into it potentially. So I'm gonna break for lunch. Thank you guys for watching. I should be back tomorrow for sure. Possibly after lunch. We'll see. Well, thank you so much for watching, and I hope you have a wonderful day if I don't see you again. See you around.